Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 60 of our
60?
wonderful weekly chat. And here he is, Delboy. Thank you
Does that
so much.
make us?
As
Does that
always.
make us? Does that make us nearly pensioners at 60?
Well, when you're my age, it's a year. I'm nearly a pensioner next year. We're here anyhow. And thank you
Yeah.
so much, as always, for joining us. And I'll start off with what we normally do, which is what have you been watching this week?
No, I'm slowly watching a little bit more. Nothing really drastically new. I don't know if people know this film, but this was on one of the streaming channels this week. I was just going through some stuff. It's called The Old Guard.
All right, yeah.
It's got Charlize Theron in it. Is that how you pronounce her name? Charlize Theron. It's about it's sort of like these mercenaries, and they have an inability to die, and they've sort of like been protecting the world.
Oh,
But they get found. Their powers sort of like get found out, and obviously there's a sort of like fight over trying to get their powers. If you see what I mean. It was all right. It's a 2020 film. It's about 5 years ago.
yeah.
Old films that I've seen this week are The Apartment. I love The Apartment. The
Yeah,
Apartment was
Jack
on telly.
Lemmon.
Every time The Apartment's on telly, I watch it. I can't help it. I've got it on. I've got it as a Criterion edition on Laserdisc.
Yeah.
I've had it on. I've got it on Blu-ray and so forth. It's a fantastic film. And of course, over the weekend on one of the channels, The Princess Bride was on.
Yeah.
I can't help but get drawn in when The Princess Bride is on. It's something about Columbo reading a book to a child. You know what I mean? Yeah. And a little kid saying there's not kissing in it. Is it just grabs me all the time. And every single, The Apartment, The Princess Bride, I've got them on physical media. It's just that when they're on telly, I watch it as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I'm sure a lot of people do that. Let's see. There's not been a lot arrived this week. It's really weird. I think there's a lot more coming shortly. It's one of those things where I had a big glut of Clint Eastwood stuff coming, and then all of a sudden, sort of like next to nothing.
Blood down, yeah.
But it's not a bother to me because you save a little bit of money that way.
Yeah.
So as a TV series steelbook, Dexter turned up. I think that one's been waiting for a bloody long time. I think that's been on pre-order for about 9 months.
Yeah.
I think Dexter was on telly. It must have been like a year and a half ago. I mean, what the hell is it took this long for it to arrive?
Well, there's a prequel series to Dexter, isn't there? As well.
Well, yeah. It's really weird. I mean, I got into Dexter. When it first came on, I thought it was a weird show, but it's sort of like I watched it.
Oh,
then it went up. Then it sort of lost its way, got cancelled, came back. He was somewhere in out and out sort of like America with the snow, and there was some sort of like death or something, and there was a deer involved and all sorts of stuff. And it's like, how many years was it afterwards? It was like
it was.
Anyway, but the highlight of the week, I think, has got to be Kingdom of Heaven.
I love that cover. You gotta love.
It's embossed, it's debossed, it's you can't really see it from here, but it really is a nice cover. You sort of like have to have it in your hands. If you know what I mean. It
looks like it's engraved. It looks like it's been done on there.
It has that sort of effect. When you look at it. Where the eyeballs are and the nose, it's all sort of like raised.
Yeah,
and then you've got all the engravings.
Beautiful,
which make it look 3D, but it's not. It does look in your hand. It does look a little bit 3D-ish.
I love it. Yeah. So what film is that? Sorry, what film is that?
Oh, Kingdom of Heaven, Ridley Scott.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You know, so it's a Ridley Scott film. So that was
Yeah,
an
I know you're
instant.
mad.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! Yes, I'm ordering it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. When does that arrive? Thank you very much. You know, it's like that when that came. And then there's an old, again, children's TV series from the 70s, something called Warrior Queen, that I bought for £1.99 through my good friend Jim Jam. He said, "Oh, look, if you go on this site, you'll be able to get this."
He's done that with me this week. Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, because I'm not going to where I work very often, I'm not going into charity shops. So it's nice to get the odd little thing. And like I said, there hasn't been an awful lot of releases that that I've ordered anyway coming through. You know, the good, the bad, and the ugly is not far away now. You know what I mean? I think, like I said, I think there's a glut coming shortly. I know my copy of Swordfish is delayed. I think it's coming this week.
Oh yeah.
That's from Arrow.
Yeah.
Not that that's anything exciting. I mean, I remember I bought Swordfish as one of my early Blu-ray films.
Yes,
I remember rightly when they're heavily advertised, sort of like high definition.
Yeah, it was one of those really early ones.
That particular film was under battle with HD DVD and Blu-ray, so that's how far back that one goes. So I'm intrigued to know what the 4K is going to be like.
I remember Swordfish as a DVD. It was one of those cardboard.
I mean, it would have been around the time that they were still doing that. Warner and all that was still doing those sort of like half cardboard, half plastic.
That's right.
My film Contact was like that. That was a half cardboard, half plastic. Thing like that.
I've probably still got a few of those around. I don't know. I can't think of films at
moment. Well, the thing about them is if things moisture got to them, they sort of warped because there was no plastic to keep them taut. If you see what I mean, so they'd sort of like, you know what cardboard does when water just drops slightly goes on it, then it dries, it sort of contracts, and then you've got a bubble or whatever it is, and it's
and if you were really unlucky, there was a factory, wasn't there, that were producing defective discs. So you'd have it all there, wouldn't you?
Double bubble there, isn't it? What can you say? So I have watched some stuff. I mean, there's free films. There's free films that have come through physical media. Watching TV is, you know, like in the evening. I'm watching Doctor Who at the moment. Just watching random stuff. I watched Resurrection of the Daleks last night. I watched Frontiers. I watched Frontiers the night before.
I've reviewed them fairly recently. Actually.
That is what made it come to mind. After I watched Resurrection of the Daleks, I turned The Likely Lads on.
Oh wow!
For obvious reasons.
My Doctor Who review this week, I made a mistake, a really bad mistake, and I put it on. I didn't realize when I'd done it, I hadn't done the dates properly. So it came on about Sunday, I think, on really early, and it shouldn't have done. So and it was a story I was really enjoyed doing, and it ruined it now. It won't get the views it would have done, which Caves of Androzani one.
Well, that's a really fantastic story.
I made a mistake, and it was pointless trying to change it.
You weren't very well last week, and I thought I mentioned
I think that was it.
I think you said that was a regeneration story.
That's right.
Next story.
And guess what? I've got to review on Saturday again to put out Twins of Evil.
Twins of Evil, the film.
Not Twins of Evil. Sorry.
The Twin Dilemma.
Twin Dilemma. Sorry, I went into a hammer mode then. The Twin Dilemma, which I'll be honest, it'd be intrigued. I've not only seen it once. That was enough.
Right, okay. So I will tell you, I've watched it several times. Right. Yeah. It is a bad one. Don't get me wrong. The thing about it is he just overacts an awful
Yeah,
lot,
that's
right?
what yeah.
He's there in the TARDIS and he's going, oh, I didn't like my old face. No, he had a witless charm
Yeah.
about him, all of this sort of stuff. Then he goes into he walks along the TARDIS into the cloakroom, and then all of a sudden it's like he cowers like he's into a ball, going, the universe is against me. Oh, he
Oh
taps
no.
himself into a ball, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden he's arrogant and
Yeah. Yeah.
attacking Perry, and I'm going, whoa, this is just way too much now.
Yeah.
What the hell? There's being a bit disorientated and
Yeah.
confused, and there's going against character. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I've
And
never known the Doctor turn around and physically sort of like attack.
yeah. And the big mistake was that we had a long time to wait for his next episode because they, for some reason, didn't they? They put that into the season finale. You can have a look at the new one, Doctor.
It was only this.
There it was.
I think it was only the second time in Doctor Who's existence that they did that, because Patrick Troughton and William Hartnell's season was like that.
Yes, yeah.
There was the 10th Planet, and then it went into the Dalek story, and that was something like that. I think the 10th Planet was like the third story in.
Yeah.
Or something.
But I mean, our impression from that episode of him, it wasn't a good impression to have, was it?
Well, no.
We had all that time thinking, oh,
you watch a fantastic story like The Caves of Androzani. You watch this weird story with two kids and a well-known and well-respected actor playing the sort of like mathematician teacher type thing.
Yeah.
Right? With a story that was very convoluted and a Doctor that's so all over the place and out of character that you had something like 12 months or nearly, a
waiting
long time anyway to see what the next story was. And apparently, if I remember rightly, the next season was not bad. It was just violent.
Yes,
it incredibly violent season.
Yeah.
There was a lot I didn't like Alexi Sale as a DJ and all of this sort of stuff.
The Dalek stuff is not very.
But after you've got a Mary Whitehouse sort of like thing against you, then basically you've got Hugh Grant. What was his name? I forgot what his name. He cancelled Doctor Who, didn't he? And then he went back on himself. No, it's just on hiatus, and 18 months later it comes back and it's a trial of a Time Lord.
Yeah.
And then really the writing's on the page in regards to what's going to happen.
They kind of let it happen, especially as, with all due respect to, I like Sylvester McCoy, but his first season is pretty bad.
The way I look at it is all the way through that turbulent period. I don't think the BBC looked after Colin Baker at all.
No.
I think they looked for a finger of blame.
Yep.
And then basically they said, "Oh, it's this, that."
Yeah.
And yet you've got Nathan Turner putting him in a costume that he didn't want. He said, "No, I wanted a leather jacket and sort of like, you put me in some sort of like half flipping Scottish red checkered, yellow checkered. I look something like Teddy Edward exploded or something, right? Sort of landed on you, and there's so many things that worked against it. That basically, I think, I wouldn't have come probably back for a regeneration stage. It's like, sod you. I wanted this, you never gave me that. You told me to do this, I did that, and you then blame me for it all, and blah 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 blah. I mean, I'm surprised he goes to conventions and sort of like
he's
with all that resentment. But then the fans love him. Some of your stuff is brilliant. You know what I mean?
It's good. It's certainly better than all rubbish.
Well, this is the thing.
Nowadays,
whichever way you look at it, right? I will not badmouth it. Whatever I experienced, and this is where I'm turning around and saying, look, when Jodie Marsh and everything was all in this Doctor Who stuff, I was turning around and saying, "Look, I lived through Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could go through a couple of years of this."
And then Shooty came
And then
along.
we had another 2 years of another crap thing, and you're going, "Shit in hell,
Yeah.
right? How much more?" You know, and then to the point where
it's
I
been
just
cancelled.
Yes. Well, and
I'm quite happy.
There's a leak that says that there's a deal on the table.
Yeah. No.
But whatever deal is on the table, as far as I'm concerned, it's got to me that Russell T Davies is not involved.
Yes, it's got to be a massive stipulation.
You need someone who's a little bit who's politically they can be as strong-willed as they want, but they've got to be impartial in their writing.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you can't keep pushing your own political agenda onto people.
Exactly.
Doctor Who's always had pushing of political things.
But it doesn't do it in this.
But they did it in a way that it wasn't.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to say, but it was done like weak orange squash.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like it's my way or the highway type thing.
Yeah.
The way it's pushed at the moment, you're either with it or you're not. And I don't like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, like The Green Death is a brilliant story.
That's an eco story, isn't it?
But it's got the message. There is a message there about it. And Global Chemicals is a really bad villain. You can say it's about corporate, excessive corporate companies were, the global view of, ecology and all that stuff. They called it ecology, didn't they, in those days?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Doctor Who, it felt different then, didn't it?
Yeah.
You could do that. It didn't. It wasn't a problem.
Maybe my mind was more open to things, but I still look at it and go, even if I was that age now, I'd still recognize that this pronoun and all this sort of shit is not something I want to watch.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm just not interested.
And especially if it's at the expense of the stories. And another thing that I've noticed is that this sort of stuff tends to fit more with what they call fantasy stories. Yeah. You don't get hard sci-fi anymore. He's not doing sci-fi properly at all, is he? He's just thinks you can have it's like almost like the Spider-Man universe kind of thing. You know what they're doing in the films, where you've got all this, everything has to connect. You've got to connect everything together, and you don't. You just want to tell a story. That's what it should be about.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, like I said, Marvel had a fantastic idea of connecting films together and having a universe that was enclosed within itself. And but the trouble is, if you have a story that doesn't work, then basically people will fall away in their droves.
Yeah,
and that's pretty much what happened. They also expanded too far in regards to TV. It worked at the beginning because Channel 4 was showing it. It was The Shield at the time. Yeah. It was all about Agents of Shield, right? And it was on Channel 4, and you could watch that because you didn't even need a satellite or anything. You could sort of then go to the cinema. But if you make it on a channel that you have to pay a subscription for, and then you put it into films as well, and you're not a member of that subscription, then of course you're going in and it doesn't quite click. You go, what's that storyline about? And somebody will turn around and say, oh yeah, that was in Captain America and the Winter, whatever it is, that was on Netflix or whatever, that was on Disney Plus the other day. And you're going, oh, well, I ain't got those subscriptions, so that's alienating me. I have no idea what the bloody hell you're talking about. You know what I mean? But they did it subtly at the beginning. There was an agent in Agent of Shield. He was the major character in it. And Captain America gave him some baseball cards. Right?
Mm.
And then in the film, he showed him the baseball cards that he'd got. And that's the connection, you see.
Yeah, I get
it's a light thing. They do it now to the drastic point where if you miss that plot point, this will not make sense. Who cares about baseball cards? That's a throwaway thing.
Yeah,
but that was the connection in the early days of the films. That's how it was. It was no more complex than that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, Hammer didn't need interconnecting films too much. They? I mean, even though Dracula died in the ice in, say, one of the films, the next time
it doesn't matter.
He didn't have to be resurrected from the ice, did he? I mean, it was like,
well, all the Frankenstein stories. What the strength of all Hammer's Frankenstein stories is you get a different take on Frankenstein.
Stuff, yeah.
Peter Cushing is such a brilliant actor.
Oh,
he goes through all the different kinds of Dr. Frankensteins that you could get, you know, from being really evil to being a sympathetic character. He was such a great actor, and they had some great writers. So you could keep repeating, you know, this very similar story, just doing it from a different angle, you know. I absolutely loved it. And it works. That's why Hammer is so important to British film industry. It was, you know, people forget about Hammer. It was a British film. It wasn't Hollywood, and it's something we should really treasure. I think Hammer, definitely.
Yeah,
love it. So I'm trying to forget where I was. Stuff. Joyce. I've see, there I am.
Well, we've got, hang on. I'll help you here a little bit. This is the section where we get to see what Tony York has sent you this week.
That's it. Oh yeah, we're getting on what. You're gonna love it next week. You're really gonna love it next week.
Yeah, come on. What's that? So,
let's see. By Tony York. Yeah. Okay. Right. The first film I'll do at the end the film that I like best. But I watched this one, which is a classic film, For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Oh right, yeah.
Ernest Hemingway story. It's got Gary Cooper in it, and it's got now Ingrid Bergman, who won an Oscar of all things.
Well, I was going to say, I have not seen that film in 30 odd years.
Yeah. Well, you might be interested to what I have to say about it. Now, Ingrid Bergman, of course, is many ways famous because she's in Casablanca. A lot of people, I think, forget. You know, I always think of Bogey as Lauren Bacall and that combination, but of course, in his most famous film, it's Ingrid Bergman. Anyway, she's in this film with Gary Cooper. Now, For Whom the Bell Tolls is based on a novel by Ernest Hemingway, and it's a big, massive, epic novel. And it's set in the Spanish Civil War. It's 1937. And Gary Cooper plays an American who's come to join the Civil War. A lot from overseas came into International Brigade, they called it, but he's more acting. So it's quite funny historically. He's on his own, but joining these like Spanish rebels, Republican rebels. Now, it's a very long film. This is 2.5 hours, right?
Wow.
It's really centered. If you go through all the froth and everything, it's a love story, really.
What year was that then, Ian? That it was made.
This one is 1943. Yeah,
a two and a half hour film in 1943.
Yeah. So this is made.
So hang on a minute. So the war is still going on.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. A 2.5 hour film is being shown in the cinema with sirens going off. How many times? You'll have to remind me. You'll have to remind me because you were around.
Of course. So
how often were people going down into the subway station in 1943?
So, it depends, of course, where you were. because if you were in the provinces, it might not be so bad unless you were in Coventry, Birmingham, probably
Well, yeah,
Liverpool.
they didn't obviously show that in the cathedral, did they?
Yeah.
Coventry, did they? I mean,
So London had got over the Blitz. The Blitz is earlier in London. It's
yeah, 41, isn't it?
1940.
41.
But
Yeah.
London in 1943 was still getting attacked, and of course the following year they were getting attacked with the rockets. The Germans were sending rockets onto London. So
rocket technology,
yeah.
If they'd have carried on down the rocket route, they reckon that we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. And they were stealing that. They were stealing that technology from Russians, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, it was I say. Everybody agrees that Hitler's biggest mistake was if he wanted to defeat Russia, he needed to sort out us lot before. Going in 1941 was far too early. He should have waited. Massive mistake. But thank heavens he made that mistake. Yeah. Because I don't know whether we would have survived. I don't know. You know, it was, he might have done. So this film, it's a long film, I agree. And I don't know, I didn't love this film and I didn't dislike it. But it's to me, it's the love story is there. And also, do you get a feeling when the title's a bit of a giveaway for whom the bell tolls. In other words, this is going to be kind of a doomed love story, isn't it? It's not going to end happy. Nobody's going to be going, oh, yeah, fantastic. So that title's a big clue to the film. So you go through all this knowing that inevitably it's going to go in one direction only.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But for me, I'd love to have seen a bit more about the Spanish Civil War. We get bits where they're showing the sides, but you don't really get an idea of what they're fighting about. What is the Spanish Civil War? If you did know about the Spanish Civil War, you'd be wondering, what are they? All they say, oh, yeah, these are the Republicans, and they're the nationalists. Franco's are the nationalists, and you don't get much there. But I suppose for them, it wasn't the point. The point was the love story. And for 2.5 hours, I think it's, for me personally, it's a bit of a letdown. You want to know. I know it's considered a classic film, and I say she won an Oscar for it, and she is good. She's got a certain appeal. I think she sort of looks with her eyes, and people think, "Oh God," But for me, that's it. It's not a film that I really loved. It's good. I enjoyed it, but I think it's too long, 2.5 hours. So there's that one, and then there's this one, which I watched, which is the Valley of Guanji.
Oh yes,
This, of course, Ray Harryhausen, brilliant, absolutely love that. But I still think it's the best of films, to be honest. I love seeing all the models and that. But when you compare it with, like, say, Jason of the Argonauts and stories like that with Ray Harryhausen, then you think, well, they were good films. This, to be honest, is not a really great film. You're waiting for the action of the Ray Harryhausen's models and all that. You're waiting for that. And in between, the story is a bit dull, to be honest. I think it's dull. It's you should be more excited by this story than you are. But it's fine. I enjoyed it. But the film of the week was this one for me. It's Tracker. It stars Ray Winston, and it's set in New Zealand in 1903. And he's come over from South Africa. He's from the Boer War.
Yeah.
He's come over as a Boer into New Zealand, which of course is controlled by the English, and he gets employed by the sort of British to find this Maori who's he's a seaman, and he's
Ian,
wanted for murder.
I'm just going to check on my mum. All right.
Okay, I'll carry on then and go on about this one. And he's wanted for murder, this seaman, and he is his job, of course, is a tracker, and he has to go find this because he's like on the run, and he's innocent. We know quite early on that he's actually innocent, but he's going to track him, and he's going to be brought to justice. And of course, if he's brought to justice, he'll probably face the death sentence, even though he's innocent. And what is really good about this film is you get the wonderful landscapes. It looks absolutely fantastic, and Ray Winstone is so good. I must admit, Ray Winstone, I've not seen enough of his films. I think I need to see more of his films. As an actor, he's just incredible in this role. And of course, he realizes the more he gets to know this, as they play this cat and mouse game, he captures him, then he escapes, and he's after him, and he realizes exactly that he knows that he is innocent of the crime is committed, and it's such wonderful. There's like a respect, a wonderful respect between these two individuals who know where they are, and that's great. Whereas there's this sort of upper class sort of army major character who's leading the British to bring this blackguard to justice, and in his mind you can see he believes he's totally guilty, and won't get him and then execute him. He'll have some sort of sham trial, and then they'll execute him, get rid of him. But so you see the values of the British in this, that they want to stamp their authority, but Ray Winstone's character sees a lot beyond that, and it's really good because he's a tough character. He's a tough character, but he has so much respect in the end for the one that he's chasing, and he knows in the end that he's telling the truth, that he is innocent, that he didn't do this murder. It's just such a great film, absolutely wonderful. I loved it. You know, it's a sort of film that probably gets not talked about much. Probably it's not. I don't know if it's been on the television or anything. I was really impressed with it, and to say I've not seen enough films by Ray Winstone. You know, my knowledge of Ray Winstone is really Scum, obviously, when he started his career, and is it Sexy Beast, where he's the gangster one? But I'm sure he's in so much more than that. He's got a quality.
Well, he was in that one that I was talking about last year, I think it was. He was a protagonist. He made two brothers fight each other. They were both wanted by the law. It was set in New Zealand as well.
Another New Zealand one.
I've forgotten what it's called. It was out last year. I remember buying that for Christmas, I think, for Scott, actually. Because it was during that time where he was talking about westerns a lot. I said, you want to watch this one? Good. It was a really good film.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called now, though. But it was he was the sort of like sheriff type person. Two brothers to fight against each other. He said, "You're going to have to track down your brother. One of you has got to die." I mean, it's similar to that. He was a nasty character. I
was quite impressed with him. I think he's a really good actor. Yeah, very good. I think that's it, really. Music. I do my music. And this week I've been. This is an album I started to look into a bit more as well. From listening to it, I started to sort of look at videos about it. It's Sgt. Pepper, of course, and you start to realize that this album is. It's an album that is so important. It's more important than I realized. If you'd have asked me probably last week or so, what's my favorite Beatles album? I probably would have gone between Revolver
Oh, hang on a minute.
and Abbey Road.
Size just said it, the film I was talking about was The Proposition, and it was.
Oh, The Proposition. Oh, right.
Right.
Good. Sounds
And
good. Yeah.
what else was I going to say? Oh, I just want to say a quick hello because Denny Jukes, when I came back in, I saw his name appear in the comments.
Oh,
Welcome back, Denny. I have not
yeah.
seen Denny Jukes in here for an absolute age. I just want to, if he's still about, I just want to say hello. And yeah, I like Sergeant Pepper. I wanted to know where I want to know where the album Captain Salt was because that never came out, did it? I mean,
no, it didn't.
carry on.
Yeah, this. I think this album, as I say, I would have picked probably before, say, Revolver or Abbey Road. And now, the more I look at it and listen to this album, this is the album that I really love. It's the Beatles at the best. What we forget about this album as well, that the Beatles had stopped touring.
Yes.
And the fans were wondering what on earth are they going to do. They knew they were up to something. There was kind of a bit of hype going on and excitement. And then when this was released, again, this shows you the importance of the Beatles. People were immediately wanting to go out and buy it. There was an excitement about this album. And what we have here is an album that is really a concept album. And it covers all the musical influences. It's an amazing. So therefore, I'm looking at it as a concept album. And then this inspired people in the sort of prog rock area. You could argue, this is the Beatles showing all their musical influences. You've got rock, you've got vaudeville, music hall stuff, you've got psychedelic stuff, you've got Indian, Eastern stuff with George Harrison. You've got it all in this album. And therefore, it was bound to be such an influence. This is 1967. So it's just before the sort of prog rock era of concept albums coming in. So you can see why it's so important, this album. And honestly, I've been listening to it now and I love it. I think it's my favorite Beatles album. I wouldn't have said that.
I remember when I listened to it that I thought, this is good. And then it was my dad, I think, that turned around and said, this is the era where they went into the studio. They wanted to do studio album that didn't have singles or many singles from it, but it ended up actually having quite a few singles, if I remember rightly, from it.
Yeah.
But it really was supposed to be there. This is an album. It's got tracks on it that intermingle with each other, that sort of like, it's very eclectic. But you will come away with an experience.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think they tried to say, if you split it up, it doesn't make sense. So if you take the tracks and sell them as singles, it just does not make sense. And they didn't want to tour with it, and they didn't want to play it on tour.
They'd given up touring. They'd had enough.
They wanted to make it so studio bound that you couldn't recreate it on stage, and you probably wouldn't have been able to with the technology back then, because it was all tape loops and all sorts of stuff. That was
It's a groundbreaking album. This album is, it's so important.
What's made you go back to the Beatles then, other than the fact that you're an old age fart pensioner?
An old age. No, I saw a YouTube video and they were looking at Beatles, like the rank albums, and then it made me think, about the Beatles and about why Sergeant Pepper might be important, and so I started to read up on it.
I thought it was well established. It's an important album. What do you mean?
It is an important album because of what it means. I mean, even the cover. You look at it. Look at that cover. As a cover art as well. Again, showing the Beatles are ahead again on the game. They're showing that covers of your work of art. Quite often people just shove an album cover out. And that's it.
Okay, I got a question. I got a question for you, right? And I don't think many people ask this question, right? What's the worst track on that album?
And
why?
Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know. You see, that the fact that you've asked that question, as some people will probably point at George Harrison.
Every time people do reviews, they're always asking, "Oh, what's the best track on there?" Or
Yeah.
or the whole aside one is like this, and all this sort of stuff. But I never hear anybody turn around and say, "Oh, what a piece of shit this track was."
Yeah, the thing is, with all the other albums, you can probably find like Abbey Road. Abbey Road often comes out as the top album of the Beatles. It does. People say, "Oh, Abbey Road's a genius," but that's got some pretty bad tracks on it. It's got Ringo Starr doing, is it Octopus Man or something?
Oh, the Octopus's Garden.
Yeah, which is it's not very good, is it? Let's be honest.
Well, he also did Yellow Submarine.
Ringo, and
he did that fan favorite Yellow Submarine, didn't he?
Yeah, but now this is the irony. This album, what track does he sing on? You know the track, and it's one of the Beatles' most popular songs.
Oh Christ!
Get by with a little help from my friends. So, I mean, even Ringo Starr is doing a great track on here. He's been given that track, and that's why there's not a poor track on this album.
Hang on,
it really isn't.
I've caught Cy Robson out. He said, "I've never listened to a Beatles album." You liar, Cy! I bet you any money he's been to the cinema or he's watched A Hard Day's Night. Pretty much, you've heard the album. You cannot turn around to his side and say you have never listened to a Beatles album. I know for a fact that you're too conscientious. You've bound sure to have watched the Beatles film like Hard Day's Night, and therefore you have listened to a Beatles album. Caught you out at last. I was just waiting for it. That's my rant for Cy today.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoyed that one, Cy.
But my opinion has definitely changed now. I love this album. I think it's my favorite Beatles. As I said, I would have said Revolver probably before, but I think it's better than Revolver now. The more I look at it, and there's
Did you say what the worst? Did you say what the worst track was? Did you say?
I don't know whether I believe there is a worst track.
There must be a track on there that you go, do you know what? These are in the bottom two or something. You know what I mean?
No, I know the track people point at. They'll say it's George Harrison going off on his Indian trip. Well, everybody likes the Indian aspect, with his sitar and whatever. I think it works well on this album. I don't think there is a bad track. Because it represents all the different types of music. When I'm 64, I mean, it's just music hall. It's brilliant. Yeah. Beatles, fantastic. What a group. And then you've got John Lennon's masterpiece, A Day in the Life.
Day in the Life, yeah.
Psychedelic rock at its peak. I mean, the Beatles just doing a psychedelic rock track. I mean, you could just go through this album. I think you've kind of said to me, it's true. I can't think of a bad track.
There you are. I can name albums now. I think where I could turn around and say, "There's hardly any tracks I like."
Yes, yeah, and you're sticking the right one.
But if I look through my album history, I always used to come away and say, look, if you got 5 tracks out of 10 that you like, it's a good album.
That's all right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You've come away with something.
Yeah.
Because I always found if instantly you can turn around and say 5 out of 10 that you like, you're bound sure to find 2 of those ones that you don't like, you'll eventually love.
Yeah.
They're just ones that just don't click with you at the moment.
Yeah.
Which makes it 7 out of 10, which makes it a good album, right?
You can say on this album, there's no sense that there's any fillers. Everything is together. You can't blame people. They put together an album, but they're expected to have it at a certain length. So they've got to bung a few tracks in that maybe they don't like as much, that are just filling up to get the length of the album. I think that's how it is.
The
lesser tracks, almost B-sides. People criticize B-sides. I think,
Yeah.
we'll just stick that on. Why not?
Is that the only thing you've been listening to this week? Is the Beatles?
I've been reading about it and looking about it and listening to it, and I thought the more I listened to
it's
it,
just I thought I saw an alert that said Ian has posted pics of the Pet Shop Boys or something. I don't know. Must have been a different Ian.
Different Ian.
That doesn't sound like my Ian that I know.
No,
I mean, I like the early stuff, but I can't imagine him. I can't imagine him sort of like sitting down and listen, and watching, Gay Pride or something, where they're playing all some of their most modern stuff or something that was there. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't get me wrong. It's just it just blew my mind away. I said, "What, boys?" And then it came up and said it was I forgot there was another one that surprised me, and it said Ian. It must be another Ian. I don't know who it is. It must come up. It's just a lot of my stuff is alerts that I never even click on it, because I just go, do you know what? I'm not really interested on what you're listening to, mate, at the moment, or what you're eating at lunchtime, or what coffee that you bought.
I know.
I get so much shit,
Yeah, I understand.
In my alert box. That I just turn around and say, look, I don't care if you went to Costco. I'm really not bothered. You know what I mean?
Got a good message from Jim Jam, and he said, look at this price. He said, and I looked, and it was George and Mildred for about £6. So I immediately bought it. That's how good. And
he sent it to me, and I said, the trouble that you've got with that is that you're sending it to somebody that's bought all of the season, all of the spin-offs of that. I mean, you've got Man About the House, I've got that.
Yeah.
George and Mildred, I've got that. Robin's Nest, I've got that. And Robin's Nest is the weird one of them.
Yeah.
Because I never understood why in Robin's Nest you had such a disconnect from the other two shows, because it's almost like he never lived with the two girls. Suddenly had moved in with this girl above a Chinese restaurant. The dad's all well to be, and he thinks to himself, I think I've landed on my feet because I'm going to open a restaurant underneath here, and I really want to marry this girl. It was only like 2 years earlier, and he was trying to get into bed with Chrissy and and all the rest of it, Man About the House. It's sort of like, why didn't you ever have a guest star by your brother or anybody like that? Because your brother married the girl that you were after for about 5 years. Do you know what I mean? In that series. Why didn't the Ropers ever turn up? You know what I mean? It's like, I never understood it really. You know? I mean, I praise it that it tried to be something different, but why then tried to connect the show up? Why couldn't you add him as another character? Why did he have to be called Robin? You know, I mean, what was it? That's, I mean, you might as well have just called him, like Fred.
Fred
still work. But still would work. You know what I mean?
Actually, Fred's Nest sounds better, doesn't it?
Yeah, Fred's Nest. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's just one of those things. I just turn around and go, I just don't get it. Because, like I said, they really did distance it.
Yeah.
So I just think.
Shall we do the messages? What we've got in the chat?
Yeah.
Right.
My sister's not here yet, obviously. So carry on.
Yeah. So we've got Si, evening gang, and to Delboy. I hope Mrs. Dell is doing well.
Do you know what I always tell her about you, Si? She keeps calling you a bastard, but she knows you well, I think, enough now to call you that. No, I do tell her, and I do wish her well from you. I do do
that. Si says, I've just bought my ticket for Superman in 3D.
Oh, in 3D IMAX, right.
I'm such a big kid when it comes to big summer movies. That's brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
My answer to that is, within 2 weeks of each other, the Fantastic Four is going to be in IMAX. Are you booking your ticket for that then?
Yeah, it's all good, isn't it? All good. And then we've got Steve's Gaming Part 2. Hello, guys. Hello, Steve. Hello.
You little shit.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Your channel's too good, you bastard. Go on.
And Steve says, I love Superman films, but this one is a hard pass for me. The dog killed it. Everybody keeps going on about that dog.
You know what I've said in the past about that dog. It's just I know that there's a dog in it. It's in the comic books, and it's been in the comic books since about the 60s and 50s and all that sort of stuff. All I'm saying is they haven't made, for me, really, other than the closest they've made to a quintessential Superman film to me is Christopher Reeve as Superman. You know what I mean? In the very first film.
Yeah.
Then they tried to bring Supergirl in, and they just went, "Oh, that didn't really work." Right?
Yeah.
It seemed to be a knockoff. We've had TV series. I think if you want to bring a super dog in, it should be brought in probably in a TV series rather than a film. I don't see the dog dragging him to the Fortress of Solitude and barking and opening the doors and all this sort of nonsense. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I know he's man's best friend, but it's like, I don't know. There's something about this dog. It's infuriating for me.
It seems
if it weren't there, I think I'd be more. Sort of like on board with it. But
it seems like they're trying to please the kids. Thinking kids like cute dogs. That's it. That's what I think it is.
And it's merchandise, isn't it?
Yes, of course, yeah. And says, he says, I'm really excited to see it. So there you are.
And I'm really glad that people can be excited about going to the cinema again. That's the thing. It's not about sometimes what movie you're going to see. It's whether you're excited about going to the cinema again. I haven't felt really, really excited about going to the cinema for a while, right? Yeah. And I just put it down to the fact that the cinema is not what it used to be for me. It's turned into a cash grab, and my eyes can't get past that. I want to see the film, don't get me wrong, but I can't get past the fact that when I go through the doors, I know that they're just robbing bastards that want to take 12 quid for me to have a packet of popcorn and a drink. You know what I mean? I keep thinking, lower your bloody prices, crying out loud for food, and I wouldn't feel that you're robbing bastards. Do you know what I mean? Because this is how bad it is, right?
Yeah.
If you go through the doors at 2:00 in the afternoon on a Wednesday to go and see a film, it'll cost you like $5.99, right? And you're thinking, I'm going to see a film, $5.99. You go to the kiosk and the food that you buy is twice the price of the ticket of the film you're going to be watching. I mean, that's got to be bad, isn't it? I mean, they don't reduce the cost of the popcorn and the drink for the price that you pay for the ticket. So in other words, you go, here's my £5 to watch the film, and then you go to the kiosk and they say 11 quid, please, for a bag of popcorn and a drink. And you're going, hang on, 11 quid?
Yeah.
I'm not buying it for 3 people.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, even when I was a kiddie, the sweets and the drink and the food was less priced than the ticket for me to get in.
Of course it was, yeah. Yeah.
What's this 11 quid nonsense?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And why is it that I've got to order a number? Yeah, I'll have a number 1, please, but can I not have mustard on it, please? What's all that? Can I just turn around and say, can I have a bag of popcorn, please, and a drink? Yeah. I don't want this free options meal deal crap.
Yeah.
But then they'll turn around and if you just turn around and say, can I have popcorn and a drink? They'll say, what's the third thing you want, sir? And I go, I don't want a third option. Oh, but it'll be more expensive if you buy these 2 items. I go, what do you mean it's more expensive if I buy these 2 items? Why is the third item make it cheaper as a whole thing? Right? Can't I just not have the third thing and have it cheaper for the 2 things I'm buying? You know what I mean? It makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's like buying a couch, right? It's like buying a settee, right? And they throw in the chair, right? and it costs £1,000. But if you don't have the cushions as the third option, it's £1,100. You go,
Yes.
what?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want them. I'm giving you the cushions back. You can have them.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's 1,100. What? So you want me to take the cushions out of the shop so I can just chuck them in the Grundon as I pass out? Because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I get £100 off. It makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Now, Psy has got some news, which I mean, I've been looking at the news, but this must have come up very recently, and this is a music one. He said, "Sad to hear the news of Brian Wilson passing away."
Yeah, it was on the news. It was on the news this evening.
I know. I've looked at the news. I never saw it on there, but yeah, that's Brian Wilson. Yeah, I presume he hadn't been that well. I think I was watching some documentary about the Beach Boys. I don't think he's been that well, has he?
He hasn't been well at
all. But yeah, he was a major influence on Beach Boys and their sound and his writing.
And he came up with the Beach Boys sound, didn't he? I mean,
yeah, and producing. He was another who the Beatles looked at because you know, it's funny. We talked about Sgt. Pepper. Well, Pet Sounds is considered their kind of innovative album, like Sgt. Pepper.
Yes, right.
The use of the studio, the sounds that they're producing, and that's seen as quite an important album. So that's quite.
I think the amount of documentaries about Pet Sounds indicates just how important that Beach Boys album is.
Yeah.
Brian Wilson apparently was a real hard bastard for making that. I think there was one track that took 6 months to do or something.
That's right.
Didn't like the sound of it at all, and kept going back and looping it and doing this with it and taking voices away and adding them back in. Drove his brothers nuts.
I'm surprised. It would do. Yeah, I always find with music interesting, and there's a debate about, you know, should we have imperfections in music? And I think we should. I like to see a few imperfections. I don't want to see something totally programmed with absolutely nothing. It's like taking away the human part of music. You know, for me, I don't want that perfection. I'd rather have a bum note here and there, because you know it's human, and that's a big subject area to go into with direction of music. But I like to see the mistakes. But there are people who want that perfection, and as you say, he's one of those people, and that was all those years ago. God knows what it'd have been like nowadays with the technology that is available in the studio. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, I struggle with that. I mean, there is perfection out there. I mean, you know, what can I say? Jerry Goldsmith, you know, there we are. Perfection.
Yeah, we've got. How long is it? Yeah.
58. I was looking. It's 58
minutes 24.
I did that on purpose.
But yeah, we had to get it there.
I've got to bring his name in. No, I'm not going to bring his name in. It was a joke. It was an absolute joke. It's just that there's a lot of critiques, right? That look at classical music and they say, look at the mistakes in this, right? And I've been listening to that music for so long. I go, I can't tell there's a mistake. Oh yeah, look, there's a bridge between these two notes, and it's an absolute corker of a mistake. And I'm going, I'll tell you what, you're more intellectual than me, because of fucking hell. I don't see it myself. I'm listening to it and I think it's perfection. I kept thinking to myself, classical music, they never made a mistake. Did they? You know, with Mozart, Beethoven, all of that sort of stuff. They never made a mistake, did they? I always look at that period and go, you know, that is the quintessential perfection years. You know what I mean? There's none of this fret noises in guitars and all that sort of stuff, and getting a bum note between them because it's all like lovely orchestra. You know, like every single one plays an absolute corker, you know? But of course there's mistakes. Of course there's mistakes. My God,
there's
you know,
got to
but
be.
it's amazing what your brain thinks, you know. You just think, oh, if it was done in 1722 or something, it must be perfect.
Yeah.
Right, because that's when you know, like we had you know, the rondo and everything from Mozart and all of that sort of stuff. You know, you had Moonlight Sonata, you know, and all of that sort of stuff. Absolute perfection, you know.
You can imagine all these academics talking about all this kind of thing and getting far away from the music because they're so concentrating on these things. It's ridiculous. I think it spoils music for me if we concentrate. I'd rather have some mistakes. I don't want a synthetic programmed piece of music. You want something that you can feel that is human. You know, I think.
Yeah. Wow. The next thing is AI music, and it's you know.
Yeah. And of course, they'll be saying, "Oh, you won't be able to tell the difference because it will get rid of mistakes." And
it wouldn't surprise me that they haven't even put Brian Wilson in the ground, and somebody will come along and say, "We've got a digital version of Brian Wilson, and here's what Pet Shops 2. This is what Pet Sounds 2 would sound like if he was still around."
Yeah. Here's another version of Good Vibrations.
The ground isn't even cold, and then an AI has brought out the follow-up album. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, terrible. The thought. Yeah.
Because that's how distasteful things are.
Yeah.
I mean, Parkinson's been in the ground, you know, like 6 months, and all of a sudden Parkinson's interviewing Muhammad Ali or something as a digital exercise on how AI can actually work, you know, where you can actually have Parkinson doing his last interview with Muhammad Ali all through AI. And I'm going, no, I don't want that. That's the one thing I don't want.
No.
You know
it's
what I mean?
wrong. I didn't like it when in that Star Wars movie they put Peter Cushing in. They did it with Peter Cushing. I love Peter Cushing. They should have just left it well alone. They should, you know, he's such a great actor. We don't want that.
Well, back in the day, I was thinking about this the other day. Back in the day, they would have made a comment to say that he was on the Death Star.
Yeah.
You know, oh, I've got to go and speak to Colonel whatever it is. Right?
Yeah.
And the closest you'd have got to seeing him would have been him in shadow, or he's over there in the background, and you can sort of like make him out because he's got his hand like this or something on his chin. But if it's so far away, it could have been bloody anybody, right?
Yeah.
But no, they have to then go one bit further and have him lip synced against some sort of computer generated face.
It's
all that sort of stuff. And you're just going, do you know what? It's exciting, and I really liked it at the time. But the more I think about it, the more I go, did his family give consent for this or what?
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah.
Because this is the bit where it cross the mark, because I know that he went before his wife. He died after his wife. I remember they
it affected his career. His death of his wife. They say it really affected him.
Oh Christ!
What he did, yeah.
I mean, not wanting to mention that horrible man's name, but he fixed it, didn't he, for him to have a rose named after his wife, didn't he? And they cross-pollinated 2 roses and gave it the name of his wife.
Oh yeah.
But apparently they only did that for 2 years, and then they didn't make the rose anymore. But apparently he cried on TV, you know, the sentiment of somebody doing that for him.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to get at is I don't remember them ever saying that did he have children?
You know, I don't know whether he
I've
did.
never looked it up. Never looked it up. Did he have children?
Never seen any interviewed, have we? I don't think there's been any I don't know. It's a good question. I don't
So
know.
if he left no children, then basically there's probably very unlikely that there's any family objection for using his likeness. And that's why they can get away with it. But this is where I'm going. You shouldn't get away with it if there's no family member to ask and take it as read. They'd say no.
Yeah, exactly.
Until I hear a yes, I take it that the obvious answer is no. Did he ever turn around and say, "Yeah, I'll do this for free"? Ever?
Of course, exactly. Yeah.
Look
I
at it like that.
know he was a workaholic. There's one thing you say about Peter Cushing. He worked really hard.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have agreed to it.
No, I don't think so.
No way.
It's against the grain, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very sad. Right. Let's have a look what we've got here. Oh yeah, they are sleeping again. No, we're not. We're here.
He knows full well I've got my mum to look
and
at.
then we've got Josh through the lens. Hey fellas, hello Josh, welcome to our stream again.
Hello Josh, long time no hear. I haven't seen him, heard from him, or anything for a long time. Nice to see you, man. You're well.
I've seen this one advertised quite a bit. Just bought the new Criterion, which is Umbrellas of Cherbourg, one of my favorite French films. Looking forward to watching it again. That's Catherine Deneuve, I think, in that one. Is it a musical? I think it's a musical. A lot of people have been showing it. I've seen it popping up quite a bit.
I'm just going to find out what's happening with my mum. All right, so just bear with me.
Josh says,
I'm getting concerned. It's 9:30, and my sister hasn't knocked on the door or anything. So.
He says,
all right, I'll try not to be too long.
Okay, yeah. The Old Guard has a sequel coming out in a couple of months, apparently. Oh, well, that's something to look forward to. That'd be good. And then I've never seen The Princess Bride, says Cy Robson. You know what? I've never seen it. So I've heard about it. I know he mentioned it. I've never seen it. So yeah, I suppose it'll come that way sometime. I must admit, it's something that I just not got around to watching. It's not really appealed to me. I suppose if it popped up, I might see it. But there's loads of films. There's so many films you have to get round to seeing. But I've never seen that. I've heard about it. I don't know whether it's just hadn't appealed to me or what. But you never know. I might come along. Yeah, I bet he's seen it. He'll have seen it. Yeah, Delboy. And then Tony, evening one and all. Hope your mum's doing okay, Del. Yeah, he's just seeing. Thanks, Tony. Nice to have you here again. Brilliant. Hope you're okay. And then Josh through the lens says, I watched the new Ballerina film, and I actually enjoyed it. A lot of fun. Yeah, that's the John Wick series, isn't it? Keanu Reeves. So that looks pretty interesting. I don't know. I think he makes an appearance in it, apparently. So that sounds quite good. That's about what I know. A lot of people have been talking about it. Oh, you got your delivery? Yeah, Morrison. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So Morrison's is
that your son?
Yeah, Morrison's were just delivering.
Yeah.
Supermarket.
Yeah. Hello, son. Sod off and stop having deliveries in the middle of a Wednesday. Can't you do it on a Tuesday or something? What is wrong with you, man? It's a Wednesday. Do you not get it yet? It's 60 weeks of this. 60 weeks. I mean, how many? So we have to tell you the 61 times, do we? Don't deliver on a Wednesday. Is that what you're saying? What the hell? Anyway, I just wanted to say, Hello, mate. No, it's all, you know me. I have to do a rant. Hello, mate. You all
There's
right?
this rant, the Delboy rant.
The sister said she'll be 10 minutes. So,
yeah, ballerina. There's been a lot of talk about it. What's your opinion about ballerina then?
actually, I wanted to put in a silly question into the internet, and I put, what's the most talked about film at the moment? That's the most talked about film at the moment, apparently. Set in the John Wick 3 universe, isn't it?
Yeah, and he makes an appearance. Surprise, surprise! I think in it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for little fragments or splinters off of well-known films if they're done really quite well. If it doesn't add anything to the universe, though, I just think of it to myself as being a waste of time. What's the point? It's just a cash-in.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Star Wars has proved that. The amount of split-offs and spin-offs and all that sort of stuff, and so much of it just doesn't fit. Because what you have to think about here is could she have been a major character in the fourth film? Right? Why do a splinter film? Why not just include her more in the fourth film or something like that? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So if apparently it's doing big bucks, it's doing well. That's good for me. I want the cinema to succeed. I have seen pre-orders for steel books and all that sort of stuff being mentioned at the moment. Great. You know, it proves that there's some sort of like worth to it before it's even seen the light of day at the cinema. You know what I mean? So
well, I hope they don't stick it on streaming so quick. They give it a cinema life.
What did I read? I think it said because it's being done by this particular studio, it will go instantly to Apple as a streaming service. And if that's true, that's a little bit like Waterloo, where I haven't seen a physical copy of Bleeding Waterloo still yet, which disappoints me because I want that film.
Oh, right. Oh, Napoleon, you mean?
Yeah, Napoleon. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Napoleon.
Sorry. Apple have not got a good reputation of releasing physical media, have they?
As soon as I hear it's going to that as a streaming service, instantly I turn around and say, well, that's the kiss of death for the bloody physical media.
I reckon Ballerina would sell well, wouldn't it? I think a physical media copy of it. Oh, well, people will have to go down the just getting them by other means. That's how they're going to do pirate copies. Yeah.
Anyway, that miserable bastard. He hasn't been in touch for a long time, so he can get stuff that he can get.
Don't.
He'll get the joke on that little bastard.
And then we have got we've got Jamie Muckman Movies. Good evening, chaps. Hope you're feeling better. And yeah, I'm feeling a lot better now than before. Oh God, it was horrible before. Absolutely horrible. But I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Hope your mum's okay, Delboy. There you are.
She's getting ready to go to bed. I've got to wait another 5 or so minutes.
Yeah. And then Tony says, I've always been curious about Umbrellas of Cherbourg. Not a musical fan, but tempted by Catherine Deneuve. Yes, I can see a lot of people be tempted by her. She's very tempting.
Yeah, aren't we all? You know. I was telling her when she got out of my bed last night. I said, "Look," I said, "You know, can you use the toothbrush that's blue, please, today? Because I keep getting them mixed up with yours." You know, she does my head in like that sometimes. Yeah. If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
And then Jamie, my movies, Ori, Tony, Sai, and everyone in between. And Tony says, "Evening, Jamie." Sai says, "Hi, Muckman." And then Jamie says, "Might go to see Ballerina on Sunday, providing I'm not hungover after the Ilkley Food and Beer Festival on Saturday. Ilkley, hey, Bayek, off to Ilkley. Hey.
Bloody hell.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, they paid the gas bill yet, or what?
Yeah, dear. Ilkley More by Tat. That's it, lad. There's a song called Ilkley More by Tat.
We know.
Yeah, you should know, lad.
You know, yes. I mean, you haven't talked about James Mason in about 30 seconds. Well, I mean, you want to bring
well,
that
actually,
you know what I mean?
I haven't. I ordered one of his films today.
Did you? There you are. Shock surprise. You know,
you'll see that on the channel probably next week. Yeah, I have ordered a James Mason film on network as well. So anyhow, right. So yeah, food and beer sounds a good combination, if you ask me. A brilliant.
Yeah, where's our invite, you bastard?
Yeah, good pint of beer. That's what you want. Yeah, proper. I plan. This is Jamie says I plan to start buying movies again, as I haven't for a while. Next purchase is Queer on 4K. I think I've seen that one being shown in various things. It's got a 4K, has it? Right.
Yeah, I've seen it advertised.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good. Always good to start buying movies. Always a good thing.
It's like I was saying earlier. Through, you know, it's. I'm in a bit of a drought when it comes to buying at the moment. There's hardly anything there. There was a bit of a glut with some Clint Eastwoods, but even before then, there wasn't a fantastic. If you haven't bought anything for a while, you haven't missed much. Not that I don't think you have anyway.
But there's loads of films that you could buy. You start looking up some old classics and things like that you probably ain't got in your collection. The films aren't just new releases. There's loads of films.
No, I'll tell you what. This is what Milkman's just said. Only Northerners allowed at Ilkley Food and Beer Festival.
You have not Southern softies.
Helps keep the riffraff out. I lived in Manchester for 7 years. I am an adopted Northerner.
Yeah, but you're Lancastrian. You know about the War of the Roses and Yorkshire and Lancashire, yeah? Bloody heck, lad.
Talk about
you're not proper Yorkshireman at all.
Talk about divides people. Jesus, man.
We're still fighting war at blooming Roses. I'll tell you. Yeah, you blooming Tudors came along and spoilt it all.
Hey, I tell you what, I love the Tudors.
Well, they blooming spoilt it. They got rid of Yorkists. How could you do that?
One of the most entertaining periods. I'll turn around and
say that. Yeah. And then we've got here. James says, I watched Soldier Blue this week. Jeez, that ending was so shocking, even today's standards. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's a brilliant film, but it still has the impact. You know, when I watched it, I've got it in my collection, and I was surprised how shocking that ending is. The impact, and can you imagine it in those days? Well, I do. It was talked about and banned. It was effectively banned, wasn't it, in so many places?
Yeah.
It was one of those films that was notorious. It made it into the sort of mainstream media culture of, banned films like The Exorcist did at the time.
Yeah.
The impact. But yeah, Soldier Blue, controversial film. I don't know if it's been shown on the TV, or if it has, it's probably been cut.
I bet you any money it was shown during those bloody Red Triangle days.
Oh yeah, I don't know if it was.
When you had that warning triangle saying, "Hey, just to let you know, there's going to be some real stuff coming up in the next hour."
And everybody got excited.
Everybody turned around and said, "Yeah, get a blank tape in quick."
Yeah. When they're the biggest disappointment going, those triangle films. You're now, there's going to be something exciting we've never seen. Huh? Is that it?
Yeah, they even put the warning triangle in the paper schedules saying that this is the warning triangle, just to emphasize the fact that you needed to get your tape recorder ready.
Oh, yeah, look, he's got a nipple. They've shown a nipple.
Oh,
Quick.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Oh, Mary Whitehouse. It's the end of civilization. They've shown a nipple. That's it now. It's the thin end of the wedge. Oh, dear. And then, Tony says, no falling asleep this week, Jamie. That's my job. Hey, you fell asleep. Both of you. And then James says, also watch Full Circle starring Mia Farrow. Not quite as chilling as I was expecting, but it looked incredible. The cinematography was stunning. I've not seen that one. It's is that one of those indicator releases? I don't know.
No, that's Laura Mars and all of that is an indicator.
I don't know. But Mia Farrow, interesting, especially, in view of the Woody Allen part in their relationship as well.
Yeah.
Controversial. Can't promise that, Tony. You tend to get tired around 11 p.m. these days. Oh, right.
Okay. I meant, by the way, when I was talking about Laura Mars, I wasn't talking about Mia Farrow. I was talking that type of film. I think.
Yeah. You know, I've got that and I haven't watched it. I bought it in one of those sales. I must get around to watching it.
You know what? It was one of those films that I bought. I remember watching it when it was on VHS.
Yeah.
I remember it was it was a very, very early film for Al Pacino or something. I can't quite remember. It was right. And I remember enjoying it, and then I hadn't heard about it for a bloody long time, and I was going through a sale where somebody had advised me, "Oh, you want to go here because every now and again you can get free films for £5 or somebody mentioned it." And it happened to be listed there, and I went, "Oh my god, I hadn't seen that in years!" And I picked it up along with a load of Ray Harryhausen films. Or something. It was in the sale, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then I watched it, and I couldn't stop talking about it. I went on my blog. I turned around and said, "I watched this film. I'm watching it. I said, what a brilliant film!" And then all of a sudden, I think a lot of people probably bought it in that sale and started talking about it.
Yeah.
Weird. I don't think I'm the person that started the talking off.
Yeah.
I'm not being big-headed. I'm just turning around and saying it almost seemed like everybody was talking about it, and everybody must have picked it up in that sale or something and started going, "Oh, it's brilliant!" You know, I didn't realize that it had this guy in it. And it was his first film and all this sort of stuff. You know, it was like, read a book, man. For God's sake, you only have to. If you like the actor so much, all you have to do is look and see what their first film was.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't take a genius.
Yeah.
You know.
Tony says, one of my favorite westerns, Soldier Blue, despite the brutal and tragic ending. I agree. I enjoyed it. You know, despite, as you say, the brutality at the end, it is a good western. Yeah. Very good. And then Sally says, I binged the whole of Mobland on Friday, 6:30 p.m. I start episode 1, then all of a sudden it's 4 a.m. and I'm watching episode 10. Well, that's the way to binge.
That is a sign of a good show. And I have to turn around and say, my brother-in-law wanted Mobland, right?
Yeah.
I've got Paramount Plus, but they haven't. So I did download it for him. Unfortunately, I downloaded it in the wrong type of encode. Their TV's not that good that it can play. In other words, he got the picture and no sound.
Oh no! Yeah, I've had So
unfortunately, he still hasn't gotten around to seeing it. I've watched 4 episodes of it. I'd have loved to have been able to have watched more, but it's just that sleep deprivation comes in, and
Yeah.
I kept having to rewind and go.
Yeah.
If I hadn't have rewound and fell asleep and gone back and all of that sort of stuff, I swear blind, I would have probably got to episode 10.
Yeah.
It took me the same amount of time to watch 10 episodes as it was for watching 4. Because of the amount of times I get drifted off.
Isn't that unusual nowadays? 10 episodes. It's good. I'm nothing wrong with that. But we don't normally.
No, it's 10 or 13 these days.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Which is why when they talked about Doctor Who having 8, they went, "What's this 8 nonsense?"
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We better not get onto Doctor Who.
I mean, I'm just letting you know, Si. I'm watching a sort of Italian gangster thing at the moment called Gomorrah, which is totally in subtitles, and it's engrossing to watch. It really is. It's called Gomorrah. It's on Sky Atlantic. So it's quite easy to get. That's engrossing. It's like a Scarface, but an Italian version.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's really quite good. Yeah.
Tony says, I've already dozed off about 6 this evening. Must be after eating and the warm weather. Yeah, it has got warmer, hasn't it, today?
It's getting warmer tomorrow, and it's thunderstorms this weekend.
Oh, right. What a treat.
Yeah. I've heard it's thunderstorms and rain all the way up to Ilkley, I believe. I believe there's a big thunderstorm.
Oh, there we go.
From around about 6 o'clock in the evening till
the
around
beer
about
festival.
6 in the morning, I've heard. I was hoping that it wasn't, but being as all Southerners are not allowed, they can get sod off. You can have all our rain.
And then we've got Jamie saying, I start work at 6 a.m. with a half-hour walk into work beforehand, so late nights are becoming rare these days. Right. I can understand that. Yeah. Candice Bergen, that's it. Yeah, he's a fantastic in Soldier Blue. Easy on the eye too. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name. Candice Bergen.
Candice Bergen. I haven't.
Yeah,
he was in. She was with William Shatner in Boston Legal. Last time I saw her.
I watched quite recently. I've forgotten what it was.
William Shatner was Denny Crane. He kept going, I'm Denny Crane. And that was with James Spader.
She was in something else.
5 seasons of Boston Legal. I've got them all. I love Boston Legal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big fan of that.
But then again, it had William Shatner in it, so I had to watch it.
I know you're a big fanboy of old Bill.
Oh, yeah. The Shat. The Shat.
It's unfortunate name. Oh, dear. Well, there ain't many of them left alive, is there? Of the original cast now.
No.
I've seen her in something.
It just made me laugh with William Shatner in Boston Legal, because it was always about his mind. His mind was, like they kept thinking it was going, but he has this sort of like male macho tendencies. He's all about every man should have the ability to hold a gun and all of this sort of stuff.
Oh, right.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go for a moment. That's
okay. I'll carry on then with the.
That is not the ice cream van. I'll be back in a minute.
The ice cream van. Right. Okay. So let's carry on. So no chance of me staying up until 4 a.m. watching anything these days. I used to stay up till 6 a.m. for the live boxing in Vegas back in the day. Not a chance now. Yeah. Well, when you get older as well, you tend to nod off. That's what happens. It's life, especially when you're up early, working all day. There you are. You can't do it anymore. Yeah. Yeah. I always remember with boxing when it was on BBC, and as a child, and my dad. It's funny because I'm not really a big boxing fan, but Muhammad Ali I used to just absolutely love watching, and my dad always used to tell me in the morning, sort of when to wake me up if he'd won or what have you. That's sort of my memories of boxing. It was such a great era, that seeing Muhammad Ali. I know Delboy, I think, has good memories as well about that. But yeah. An actress not mentioned too much, Jamie. Really enjoy her in The Hunting Party with Oliver Reed and Gene Hackman. Oh, right. And Wind and the Line with Sean Connery. Brilliant. Yeah. Also, her first big role. Oh, the Sand Pebbles. That's it. Because that Sand Pebbles the other week. I was talking about the Sand Pebbles. Yes, of course, she's in that. And she's absolutely brilliant in Sand Pebbles. And I was going back thinking how great Steve McQueen was. It was my favorite Steve McQueen performance. Absolutely loved it. The Wind and the Lion I've got, which I think you sent, Tony, and I must get round to watching that. It's up there. I can see it. I must watch that. And then she is fantastic in Boston Legal too. There you are. Delboy was on about that. That's a real marathon, so I'd definitely be snoring before getting halfway, I think. Yeah, what is worse is when the episodes start jumping. You're watching something, and it's like that. Oh, it's ended, and then it's on to the next one, and you're struggling. Oh, I don't remember that happening. Who's that? And yeah, there's that bit where you give up in the end. And another thing I've done with sometimes with films. Just near the end, I might have struggled through and tried to stay awake, and I end up falling asleep. So I missed the ending, and then you suddenly wake up, and there's nothing on screen on the telly, and then you think, "Oh, I missed the ending," so you rewind it back, and then what's even worse, I've rewound it back, and then still been falling asleep on the rewind. So it really forcing myself to see the blooming ending. That's getting in a bad state when that happens. And then we've got James saying, really fancy rewatching BL from the start again. All right. Yes. And then we've got a question. Favorite film with a royal title, Prince, Princess, King, or Queen in the title. Aha. I'll tell you a film that I like, and it often comes off, is it's a comedy, and it's based on books called the Flashman books. And it's about this hero, but he's a bit of a coward. And there was a film called Royal Flash, which I absolutely love. It's a comedy, a historical comedy in sort of its own sort of world. It's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely love that. Now, another royal title, you see. My favorite, as you probably know, my favorite is still Cromwell, and that is not royal. That's a good one. I'll tell you, there is a series of films that I do enjoy, the more kids' films, which is, of course, the Narnia films, which I wish they'd have complete. And there's, of course, Prince Caspian, which I think is the second Narnia story. The BBC did some of the Narnia stories, didn't they? I don't think they did a complete lot of them. Or they might have done. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. But I know with films, I'm sure they might have done Prince Caspian and A Voyage of the Dawn Treader. But yeah, I would. I do like those Narnia films. In fact, I must get them. I haven't got them. I must get them in my collection. I'm trying to think of a Civil War. Was that? Wait a minute. Just saying. If that's in the title. To Kill a King. That's it. I knew it. I was waiting for To Kill a King, of course. That's a Civil War film. Yes, there's mine. Definitely, of course. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. To Kill a King. English Civil War. You can't go wrong. Absolutely love that. So that would be mine. Oops. It's one of them moths that's coming. Yeah, that would be my title. So yeah. Prince Caspian and To Kill a King. And then I'm going for The Man Who Would Be King, of course. Yeah, that's is that the Michael Caine? I don't know. I think it might well be. Yeah. And then King Kong, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Sorry, of course, the original King Kong, superb, brilliant. That. Oh yeah, and the next one, brilliant. Actually, this is a great one. The African Queen, absolutely love that one with Bogey. And wow, what a film! Bogey, one of his very late films that he did. He's great in that. Is it Catherine Hepburn in that one? I think absolutely brilliant. Love it, absolutely. The Prince and the Pauper, 1977, Oliver Reed Rackle Welsh version. Oh, fantastic, Tony. Yeah, great. And then I still need to watch my copy of Prince of the City by Sidney Lumet. Oh, right. Okay, oh, is that one? De Niro, King of New York. Yeah. Del, Ian can't show you what he got this week because he hasn't got it yet. I didn't show you, but yes, I did hint at it. That's coming soon, isn't it? Yeah, I know. There's something that's absolutely fantastic that you've sent me. I can't wait to show it. Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I think there might be a video out tomorrow. Well, hopefully tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, it'll be certainly Friday. But definitely there'll be a video so we can see. Yes. And then we've got Danny Dukes. Oh, hi, how are you all doing? I'm good. Oh, it's good to see you back, Danny. Hope you're really feeling a lot better now. Fantastic. I know you've been not very well, so it's really good that you're back. Absolutely wonderful. So Robson, hi mate. And then James says, hi Danny. And then Si says, has anyone seen the trailer for The Man in My Basement? It looks strange but interesting. It stars William Dafoe. The title's interesting. Is it a comedy? Is it horror? Is it thriller? Interesting. And William Dafoe has appeared in some interesting films, as my memory. Certainly, there's one I think that is quite a controversial film that he was in. You see, this is where I can't remember which one it is, but it's very controversial. Is it Antichrist? Is it Antichrist? I think he's in that, isn't he? And that certainly has a notorious scene in that one. Yeah. I remember that one. And Si says, Danny Dukes, hi, matey. And then Tony says, hi, Danny. And then Danny says, hi, Muckman Movies, mate. Please like the stream. Thank you, Danny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. 15 watching, only 2 likes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, please like the stream. I know he's not here at the moment, but please, if you're new to this live stream and haven't subscribed to Delboy, then please subscribe to his channel. I've put the link to Delboy's channel in the description. So if you click that, you can go over and see his channel. He's got an absolutely great channel. He does these wonderful blogs, absolutely wonderful blogs on Sunday. And then he's obviously very busy because he's working, and he's got his mum that is brilliant full-time carer of, really, when he's there, looking after her. And I know exactly what it's like when you have to care for somebody like this. I was my wife. You're always there. You've got to be there, and he does a great job. So and he does manage to get out his blog, and then sometimes he puts out these other videos. He hasn't done as many because I think he has a lot of pressure. But he did one on trading cards not long ago, and I'm absolutely fascinated by his trading card videos. They were superb. They were really good. I found them really relaxing. And I know he wants to do more. And I know in the gaming community he does a lot. I don't know as much about the gaming, but I know he is involved in the gaming community and does a lot there. And he's well thought of. So, as I say, if you can, are you new here, go over to his channel, have a look at this blog. He does this wonderful blog where he just sits there really naturally in front of the camera, and he takes you on like a journey of his week and what he goes through, because he's under a lot of pressure, he's working and having to look after his mom and keep everything together, plus doing all those things that you do in a household, all these kind of things that he does. And it's like he enjoys these live streams. And one of the reasons I'm so pleased that I can give him an escape. And here he is.
What are we talking about?
I'm promoting your channel.
Bloody hell.
Please, if you are new here, look in the link, and I've put a link to his channel. So go and subscribe to his channel, because honestly, it's a great channel and what he does. And it's like you get to know him. You get to, just by watching his blog, you get to know him, and that is fantastic. And he's a great blog. He does such a lot, and I know he's got a lot on his plate, and he manages to do that. And then if he's able to, he sometimes does other videos, and the same with the gaming community. Know him well. I know for his contributions there. So, please subscribe to him.
I have to say,
in the link.
I have to turn around and say that it's a very interesting thing. I'm a very big community person, right? All I've ever wanted to do is be friends with everybody, right? And the difficulty is that I tried to marry up my passion with computers, which started me all off. I mean, computers have been with me since I was at school in 1979, going on Commodore PETs. But my big boom for me was the mid-'80s all the way till now when it comes to technology. And in the mid-'80s, I exploded with films. I mean, my dad had introduced me to soundtracks. I knew the soundtracks of the films before I actually watched the film itself. So I sort of like knew the beat of the film by listening to scores of music and all sorts of stuff. I sort of came into films as a fan without knowing I was a fan, if that makes sense, because my mother took me to movie club, which was something that you took your kids down to for 50 pence, and you watched a Flash Gordon Saves the Earth or something from 1940 something, right? With Buster Crabbe. And then there'd be a double feature, and it'd be something like Meteor and I don't know, and Robin Hood with weird animals playing playing all the major characters.
Yeah.
And that's where I saw Condor Man and all of that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to get into the film side, and I met some really great people, you know, Pete and Nige and all of those. But the trouble is, I tended to find that they still want to keep the two communities separate. It's amazing. I like talking about films, but I'm not invited over to that side to talk about films as much as I'm invited to be on the other side and be administrators for friends in the computer side of things. So I'm an administrator for MainMeister, an administrator for 20th Century Gaming. I'm a big promoter of Steve, all of that sort of stuff. And there's only one other person that's like-minded a bit like me, and that's Denny. And Denny and I started to do some live stuff. We started to talk about children's TV and Doctor Who and all of that sort of stuff. And Denny and I have finally agreed that the next live event that we're going to do is, by the way, the Invaders. Fantastic. Right, we're going to do the Invaders. We're finally going to get round and do that. And I've been meaning to talk to you, Ian, and say, do you know what? I'd love for after I've done the Invaders to do a Doctor Who special. You know, we'll just talk about Doctor Who, classic Doctor Who, be nothing else.
Yeah, fantastic.
We'll pick a doctor that we're going to talk about. We might, because you're doing at the moment reviews on Peter Davison. It might be now that you've got to the end of Peter Davison. We'll talk retrospectively about you going back to watching it just recently, and me remembering it from the point of how I remember it now. You know, and I watched Bob's, but I haven't watched it as a big block like you have, and talk about. We won't even touch upon how it is now. We'll just talk solely about what it was like in 1980, 82 up until 84, what was going on in that period of our lives, you know, how old we were and all of that sort of stuff, and why it probably sticks in our minds more, why that series was still a success back then, even though it's considered anything after Tom Baker as a sort of a downturn, because it didn't really. Peter Davison really didn't take off like Tom Baker, and then it's downhill from there with Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy. But I think Peter Davison's era is actually a concentrated, quite strong.
It is. I think it is. I agree.
Of Doctor Who. But we'll talk about that another time. All I want to say is everybody in here has made me feel welcome. Everybody in here, I don't think, ever contradicts me and go, do you know what? You know nothing about films. Piss off. We don't want to hear your comments about it. You don't know nothing, etc., etc. I know less, I think, about films from about 2004 onwards, right? And I've got a big, huge expanse of information from the video era up, past laser discs and up to DVD, because I didn't have my house. When I bought my house up north, I couldn't afford films. I remember the biggest thing that happened to me when I went to Manchester. I got NTL, right, which was a cable service to watch stuff, right? And it was an eye opener. Really was an eye opener. It was like, wow, look at all these films I could watch. Jesus Christ, NTL was cable and wireless, if anybody knows NTL, and cable and wireless. And I lived literally only 2 miles from their major broadcasting plant in Manchester, right? And you know, to me, it was such a great time in certain ways, because I didn't know anybody up there. I watched what I could, which was quite a bit, and the internet was a big boon back then. The internet was just starting to go out of its sort of like old bronze age of dial-up. If anybody remembers dial-up with that, And the fact it used to hold up your whole telephone system, you know, and it cost you something like £2 a minute or something stupid.
It was. It was expensive, wasn't it? Yeah.
Right. I went up there, cable and wireless, paid one-off fee, and I had fast speeds. I was going, wow, look at this! I could download whatever I want, you know, all of this sort of stuff. To me, technology has followed suit into films, and I don't understand why. Why is it that if people see you as a blogger, they don't see you as something else as well? It's why I call myself Delboy's Retro Zone.
Yeah.
Right. Because I'm into nostalgia, and Twilight Zone is my favorite TV show. So it's called Retro Zone, right? It's not a one-trick pony. It's everything. Do you see what I mean? Anything to do with the past, anything that you want to talk nostalgia-wise, even if you want to talk about ice creams and what ice creams we used to have, like, you know, when you used to go to the park and somebody would give you one of those ice creams that was like a little tub of ice cream with a gobstopper at the bottom and all that sort of stuff. You know, I mean, I'll talk about anything, you know. I remember having a flake with bloody nuts and red jelly all over the, you know, red jam all over the top.
I do remember you had the cone and you had to put your own ice cream in the cone.
You cut the bottom of the cone off and you made a little ice cream out of it, and then you sucked the ice cream down through the middle, so you had ice cream all the way through it. All of that is me. Do you know what I mean? And and the reason I like Wednesdays is because people here make me feel welcome and wanted. I'm not a part of those big chat things anymore. I'd like to be. I'd like to be invited just as a one-off or whatever it is. But I don't invite myself on. You have to be invited on.
Yeah.
If you're not on it, you sometimes think to yourself, well, I must be a fossil then. I know full well that's not the case. It's just they want to move in another direction.
And don't forget,
there's nothing wrong with going in another direction.
There's absolutely a lot of communities. We're only just a very tiny part of YouTube. If you really delve into it, you can find loads and loads of film channels and what have you. There's loads, and they've all got their own communities and that. So I think some people get a bit sort of almost self-important. They think that they're the be-all and end-all, that they're the channel. Well, they're not. They're just a little, very small channel.
The thing about it with me is that you can still be friends with people and not be on their channel. It's just that some people go, oh, you used to be on it a lot and now you're not. There must be something that went on. And I'm going, why is it that everybody tries to look for something that's there that was... There's
a lot of negativity about
I don't get that. Just because, I mean, we get on and we treat this like we're just going down the pub on a Wednesday.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. So it's a regular thing now that we go and get pissed now on a Wednesday.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Right.
And I think what did it for me was that you said how you made me think, well, because I was thinking, am I doing it too much? You know, should it be 2 weeks? But when you said how important it was to you, I thought, well, that's a good justification for me to keep doing this. That's what. No, seriously. Because I thought,
if you want to make this 2 weeks, do so. I
think we may not have the biggest audience, but we have got a good audience who like what we do, and I enjoy it. If you enjoy something, why stop doing it? You know, and once a week is fine. I'm not exhausted by it. Are you? You're happy with it?
Oh Christ, I am.
Yeah, exactly.
I look forward to it because I don't have that closeness with Tony and Cy Robson and all of those sort of things unless they're here on a Wednesday. And that's purely, if anybody's listened to my blogs, they'll know that I watch an awful lot of YouTube stuff, and if I was to watch 4 hours of chats on other stuff as well, to be quite honest, I don't know how I'd be able to fit it in. You know, it's one of those things where I can dip in and out of. But just because I don't mention them doesn't mean they're not in my thoughts and my mind and all of this sort of stuff. I watched actually. Did you see that the other day?
Yes, he's still around.
He was talking about some changes to his channel and all of that sort of stuff. And I happened to mention to him, I said, matey, I hope you're all right. I'm sorry I haven't commented on your channel for a long time. Sometimes I think it might be that because you don't comment on their channel very much, then they think that you're not watching anymore. But I've always turned around and said, you'll know if I'm watching because it's in my blog, right? So maybe you don't know I'm actually watching you because you don't watch my blog, and you can see what I mean. You get into this horrible crossover thing of like, who's watching what?
Yeah,
who's watching what? Right?
Yeah,
I promote Muckman not because I'm promoting him; it's because I watch his channel.
Yes, yeah.
25 Asian films. It took me a while to watch it, but I tell you what, I was writing notes down all the way through it. I was writing, Christ, there is no way I've got to write down all these names of these films.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I tell you what, I'm never going to remember them all.
Yeah.
Right? And suddenly I started going, do you know what? I ought to bring up a spreadsheet now of what people have said, what they're watching, and who said it, right? So that when I get to it, I can say, thank you very much for mentioning that film, because to be quite honest, I wouldn't have thought about watching it until you brought it up. Thank you very much. Say it was Sai, right? Sai. So this is why it's important for me to get a film review out. But the problem with doing a film review is I am worried that it won't be well received, because I've not been on the film side of things very much. That is one thing that I do have a concern with, and I shouldn't feel a concern, because if I want to do it, I should be able to do it. It shouldn't be anything to do about anybody else, right? Everybody tells me that, but it still hurts. Do you know what I mean? If somebody does stuff like that. Secondly, I don't want to look like I'm a limp biscuit and get it wrong, because then you go, oh, look, you think you know it, you don't. Look, you got that information wrong, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what? I think people are scrutinizing me to make me fail.
There are people who are looking for mistakes. I know when I've put out videos, I've thought, oh, I've pronounced that name wrong, or I've said the wrong thing. It does happen. But I think to myself, I could go and edit it and do all that. And I think, well, hell. But you can always, there is somebody, I'm sure, who deliberately goes around looking for you to make a mistake. And as soon as you make, I do it, it happens on the shorts. I make one little mistake and it'll pop up. Oh, you've made a mistake here. There are people who are like that, but you just get past them and not worry about it.
Yeah.
There is, I'm interested in a lot more sort of older films, really. And I discovered there's this guy, I think he's called Neil's Movies or something like that. He's really got an easy style. He just sits there and he's not into flashy new releases and all that. And he's quite happy to show DVDs. And his knowledge is incredible. I'm going, God, you've got a great knowledge. He just sits there, and they're all older films usually. But he'll go, oh, and he directed so and so, and I'm sat there thinking, wow, you know your stuff. And his style is so relaxing. I just sit there and think, wow, what a guy. I just think I love his style, and he's probably not a massive channel. I try and put comments down sometimes, to sort of hope that other people will follow him. He's really good. I like him. I think he lives in Canada, but he's a Brit. He's definitely a Brit who's now emigrated, I think, to Canada.
Yeah, right.
His style, I love it. It's just so relaxed. But his knowledge, I was thinking, God, I wish I had that knowledge. My brain just can't retain directors and that. I'd love to be able to say, oh, he directed so-and-so, and then he directed this. I can't. My brain can't store that. I have to make notes.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we better get on. Tony says, Hitler was a strategic incompetent. Luckily, that's very true. It was. Thank God he did make those mistakes. Yes. He wasn't very good. He thought they could fight East and West at the same time. Exactly. If he'd have stuck with the West, yes. Thank heavens he didn't. Never spread your resources too thin. Exactly. Oh, yeah. I watched.
Oh, by the way, when my
Clown
mum
film.
went to bed, I told her, by the way, Mum, Si says hello and hopes you're okay. The first thing she said, and this is no word of a lie, first thing she said, where does he live? And I said, right? And I said, it's funny, right? She said, where does he live? I said, well, I think it's somewhere near Newcastle. She went, shame. And then went off to sleep. I don't know what that means. Other than I thought maybe she thought she was going to meet him one day,
Yeah.
go out on a date or something. Or shame, oh, he lives up in he's from Newcastle. He's a northern bastard. I don't know, Si. I'll try and find out if she can remember in the morning. But I just thought I'd say that before I forget.
Yeah.
Because that did actually happen.
Now, Si says, I watched Clown in a Cornfield. I love that title. You know, you kind of know what you're going to get, you think. Said last night. It was enjoyable, but I guessed it about 5 minutes in. Oh, I'd still probably watch that. Definitely. Doesn't matter. It's just a bit of horror fun, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Tony York says, Ian, I can recommend Ken Loach's Land and Freedom 1995 for an insight into Spanish Civil War. Only available on DVD, as far as I know. Oh, Ken Loach is bound to. He's quite a radical. That'd be quite interesting to see the Spanish Civil War.
Only available on DVD and in the post already towards Ian's house. See, you forgot to put that at the end. Already stamped and sent to Ian's house.
Yeah. Jamie says, I watched Underwater starring Kristen Stewart tonight. I actually think it's a fairly underrated monster movie. Oh, a monster movie. Oh, sounds pretty good. And then Si says, Muckman, I enjoyed how claustrophobic Underwater is. Oh,
yeah.
right.
Yes.
And then Jamie says, Clown in my cornfield doesn't interest me. Si. Oh, well, there you are. Tony says, really enjoy Ray Winston in Tracker. Yeah, that's one I was mentioning. Some great landscapes shown too. I know he's brilliant in it. I just can't talk enough about that film. Absolutely wonderful, Tony. Thank you for sending it.
I'll have to.
Yeah.
I don't want to do a horrible pun, but I'm going to have to track this film down. Tracker.
Oh,
right. Gonna have to track it down. Right.
Yeah.
But I'm betting you any money by the time we get to the end of this stream, there's for 15 people that are probably watching this stream or something. I bet you any money there was 15 copies on Music Magpie or something, and they're all bloody gone by the time that I want to get to it.
I'm sure you can get hold of a copy. It's I think it's only got a DVD release as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Have a look. Yeah. And then they're laughing there. And then we've got Ross. Hello, Ross. He says, I'm listening to your live, lads, and it's great. Could do with a guy like Del. Oh, there you are.
Well, I don't know what I did to deserve that, because that was before our little talk about me.
Yeah.
How far back that is. What time was that? What time was that comment?
That was 8:50.
We're only 15 minutes into the 40 minutes into the stream, you know. Yeah.
And Jamie says he might have to track her down. Oh,
right. There you are. So somebody else thought of that as well.
He says, available on Blu-ray. It is available on Blu-ray then, Tracker. All right. There you are. So he says, the proposition is the Ray Winston film you're going on about, Delboy.
Yeah. What it was, I'll tell you where it came from. There's a guy, and everybody knows him in this room. I think it's called the Movie Collector. He's an ex-projectionist, right? And he talks about how films get transferred across, and you know how the 16 and 35 millimeter prints were, and why things are on two spokes, and all of this sort of stuff. Anyway, he talked about the proposition. He said it was a BFI film. He'd been meaning to buy it for a long time. he bought it in a sale. It was down from 30 quid to 15 quid in HMV, something like this. And he said it's a really, really good film. It just shows you that Westerns can be in New Zealand and Australia as well as anywhere else, and still come across looking like a Western. And I bought it, and I fell in love with it. I thought, wow, this is a great film, right? I bought the actual collector's one as well, the one that came with a poster and everything, right? And then this was at a time where Scott was doing all of his streams where he had about 6 people on at the time, you know, all that sort of stuff. And it was approaching Christmas, and there's a guy on there, I think, called Eastwood for Life or something. Right, I can't remember people's names. You'll have to excuse me.
He's into Westerns.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And I sent it to Scott, and he said he liked it, but he didn't like it that much. And that didn't upset me. It's not gonna appeal to everybody. It's just I always like to try and give somebody something that's a little bit unique in their collection. You know, when I was sending stuff to people, it wasn't for self-gratification. It was, oh, look, I wonder if this would fit in your collection, or if it doesn't fit in your collection, you've got an anomaly that basically at least you've got one of that type of film in your collection. You know what I mean? It's something that you probably wouldn't buy yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like doing that. Buying something that you wouldn't normally buy yourself is probably the greatest thing that you can do for someone, because they can't be upset about it because it didn't cost them a penny.
Yeah.
And if they actually did like it, then you started them off on a road that's basically they're going to call you a bastard in 10 years' time because you've spent so much money now because they're really a fan of it. You know what I mean? That's why whenever somebody is a really, really good mate, I'll do something really special, like buy them the box set of Laurel and Hardy, because it's like, I bet you with any money you wouldn't have bought a 1920s film. You know what I mean? Right? This is important to me. This is where I look back and I think all of the great times that I watched with my dad, these classic films, and here's a collection for you to put in your film collection. And at least you, in a worst case scenario, you could turn around and say it's the earliest set of films in my collection. In a great scenario, he started me on a craze of how good cinema was back then, and why, and how innocent it was. Innocent it was, because it's a time of innocence, I think.
Yeah,
a lot of it, right? So that's the reason. I don't do it for self-gratification. I do it because I want somebody to have something unique, or you know, in there. You know, I'm pretty sure Tony doesn't do it. Send you stuff because you know, he wants to get his name in lights or something and mentioned all of this sort of stuff. It's not about that. But it's amazing how I fell into that trap.
Yeah.
You know, you only did it because you want to be on this show, or
it's
whatever.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It is. But what can you do? That's how people are.
If somebody's a fan of something and I'm not, I've got a duplicate of it and I don't want it, I usually send it on.
Yeah.
I helped Muckman a couple of times, you know, a couple of months back. Do you know what? Greatest pleasure of my life was I got a couple of duplicates. Here you are, helped you out.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Don't want this. Do you want it? Yeah. There you go. Have it then. Right? Simple as that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my bit. But yes, The Proposition. What a film. I do recommend that film. It really is quite a grossing film.
Yeah.
It isn't for everybody. But if you want to know how good it is, go and look for something called The Movie Guy. He's quite good. Well, he's very good.
Oh, he is. He's very good. He goes into a lot of detail.
He's a big Spider-Man fan.
Yeah.
I used to be in touch with him an awful lot, and he did invite me down to his house one day to look at his, because he's a big Spider-Man fan. We were talking about our collection of Spider-Man Comic Weekly, which we used to buy in the 70s. He said, "Do you know what? I used to buy that." And I said, "Do you know what? If you've still got them, look at the bottom of the page where it was printed. That's my hometown. They printed it in my hometown."
Wow. Yeah.
And he went, "Oh wow."
Yeah. Right.
Anyway,
We've
little bit
got
of news, little bit of info for you.
Yeah. Steve's Gaming Part 2. Revolver is a wonderful Beatles album. Oh, I agree. I'd say those three albums I mentioned, Revolver, Sergeant Pepper, and Abbey Road, they're all great albums. And it's hard to say. I gave my reasons why I did choose Sergeant Pepper, but they're all great. Revolver, particularly, because Revolver was such a game changer in many ways. Though you can argue Rubber Soul is the one even before that. But yeah, great album. Proposition is great. I have the BFI release, Tony says. Right?
Yeah, it's in a yellow box with a black silhouette.
Yeah.
You can't miss it.
And then we've got Danny Duke saying, "Hi, Del." Yeah, because he's been in there. Ross says, "I'm listening to you live, lads, and try to sync my arcade joystick button to my old Raspberry Pi. I could do with Del around for his knowledge." Yeah,
right.
I'm sure you could. Yeah,
right. That is not as complex as what it sounds like. Right. What he's trying to do, right? He's turned on a device called a Raspberry Pi. And what he's trying to do is link his Raspberry Pi to a joystick, which is wireless. It doesn't have a cable to it. He's trying to, that's what the word sync means. I'm trying to sync my joystick with it, and I could do with Delboy's knowledge, right? In other words, it's no more complex than you trying to hook your mobile phone to a Bluetooth speaker. Right? So you see how I mean? That sounds complicated, but that's what he's saying.
Right, I get you. Just and then this is interesting. You might know this. Was the Proposition John Hurt's last performance?
No.
There you are.
Tell you that. John Hurt's last performance was about 6 years ago, was it? Did he die about 5 years ago? 5 years ago, something?
Yeah. It could have been about 2016. He died, I think.
Yeah, the Proposition is before that.
I'm sure it is. I may be wrong, but I'm sure it's round about 2016. I might be wrong on that, but yeah, I don't know. Ross says, but I get there.
Oh, he's talking about syncing.
Yeah, and James says, just bought Tracker Blu-ray on eBay for $3.49.
See what I mean?
World of books.
Yeah, by the time I get it, I'll be out of it. I won't have it. You know what I mean?
That's a good price, $3.49. Brilliant. Nice one, Jamie says. My bad about John Hurt. He died years after he did the Proposition. Oh, I don't know. Sonia.
No, that's what he's saying. My bad. John Hurt died years after the Proposition.
And Si says, I never listened to a Beatles album. Well, if you haven't, you should try it. I think you'll find Beatles. Well, it's the Beatles. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, by the way, somebody's just come in and corrected me on the word sync, right? It doesn't matter, right? I will get, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, synchronize, we know what I was talking about. However, it's a lovely lady. Her name is Sandra. Right, she's been on before. By the way, Sandra, I hope you liked your Switch 2. There's my Switch 2. I hope you're enjoying it. So, because she was excited, I think, last week about
yes,
and I didn't want her to think that people were not going to get excited for her in this channel because we're films.
Yeah, fantastic. Now this is interesting, but
I like to make everybody feel welcome. Yeah. I don't like it when people think that we're not welcoming them because of something, you know.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Steve's Gaming says the best track on Abbey Road, in my opinion, is Something by George. Well, it is a classic song, But there's that album is full of great songs, but it's one of those songs. But as my opinion is that Abbey Road is not as perfect as many people put out. There are some songs on there which are not quite as good, and as I say, Sergeant Pepper, there's not a weak song on Sergeant Pepper, in my opinion. And then here we are. You see, this is how it is. People like says, James says the Beatles are overrated. Yeah, I know not everybody likes the Beatles. I get that. Everybody's different. But there is another thing which I never liked was people say, "Oh, you've got to choose between Rolling Stones and Beatles just because Rolling Stones were a big band." That's wrong. You can't compare the two at all.
Was that more a thing though, of the way things were in the 60s, or is that something that's gone through all the decades? Because it was the same with Oasis and Blur and all that stuff.
I think
so. Was that a rivalry? A real rivalry back then? I wasn't around. You see,
I think I think what it comes from is that the Rolling Stones were more known in terms of their singles. The Rolling Stones singles were very important, and people say, but what were their best albums? What are their best albums? But I'd say Sticky Fingers, Exile on Main Street are perhaps their best albums, and I think people recognize them more. But I also think it's because the Rolling Stones also is from a different background to the Beatles. The Beatles came from more rock and roll kind of skiffle rock and roll. The Rolling Stones come from the blues. They were playing the blues, so it's a different kind of start, and I think that affected people's perceptions of them. The Beatles were never seen in terms of the blues, though I'm sure they had Lennon and people like that. They would have known about the blues, but they didn't play that. They came more from rock and roll. You think of like Twist and Shout and all that. They're rock and roll songs. The Rolling Stones were playing all the old blues classics. So it's a different background, and that's the difference.
In other words, what you're talking about, the sort of the major rhythm part of the actual track comes from a more bluesy or jazzy background.
And I suspect people are saying that they never produced the album like the Beatles. Though I think you can argue that those that I mentioned, like Exile on Main Street, Sticky Fingers, are excellent albums. But maybe the Rolling Stones were not quite. They were more with the singles, the partnership between.
I'm a little bit like I will say this. I'm a little bit like probably a documentary that I did watch about this once. They used to say, if you liked Elton John, it's because you semi sort of like music that had a gospel bluesy country type feel to it.
Yeah.
And Elton has famously turned around and said, you know what, if you're ever unsure about doing a track, a hymn will always win, right? Hymns win. Everybody knows hymns, what a friend we have in Jesus, all of that sort of stuff, because
that's where they all come from.
They use chords that are sympathetic to each other, right? And he always turned around, and I think Elton, he turned around and said, the composition of a song is best by listening to a Beatles track, but a feel of a track is best by listening to a Rolling Stones track.
Interesting.
And it makes sense when you think of it like that, because if you're thinking, I like them because I like a bluesy feel, the Beatles wrote a composition that's more like a hymn for most of their stuff. It used sympathetic chords, is what they call sympathetic chords, where they harmonize, they go up, and they go up and down in a scale that our ears love.
Yeah.
Rolling blues doesn't do that. It goes up and down all over the place, and it's more to do with the rhythm and the beat of the track than it is the track itself, right? And they are two distinctly different things. So I like both personally.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But I can understand why somebody might turn around and say, oh, you can't fault the Beatles or anything, because there are so many people that have been in universities composing music or go to art school and learn about music, and they will actually teach you whole tracks of why this track is brilliant and it's done by the Beatles, and there's hardly anything there that'll be, and this is a Rolling Stones track.
Yeah.
Right? Because they look at Paul McCartney and John Lennon as being
that's right.
their major compositions. It's not like that at all. It's just that if you look at Hey Jude, right?
Yeah.
I think it's in the chord of C, if I remember rightly. So actually you're sitting at middle C, just like you're supposed to in a music class. And you're just going through the normal chords that would be in C. So there'd be C, F sharp. You know, do you see where I'm coming from? There is no big jumps.
Yeah.
So when you watch Paul McCartney play that track, you won't see his hands do that. He's there in the center and he's just moving like that. There's nothing. You don't have to learn an awful lot about music to play that track.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there are no flourishes.
Yeah.
All over the shop. If you see Adam John, he'll be up here and down there and all this sort of stuff.
I think that there is an interesting parallel that we can look at. I won't go into it too much, but Jagger and Richards as songwriters were a great combination. There's no doubt about it that they wrote some great songs. But when they were on their own, don't forget, Mick Jagger did release this solo album and it flopped. It got absolutely panned.
Right.
And that says a lot. Whereas you can argue McCartney and Lennon and Harrison, even George Harrison, they did solo work and it was a success. They all had good, successful albums that they produced. Each one you can point out in all their careers had some brilliant albums. You can't. Mick Jagger had one album, and I think he may even have done a second one, and they're not good. So you can say Jagger is an interesting character because he obviously, in terms of songwriting, needs Richards. But as a frontman performer, he is amazing. Interesting that he went into acting because he's kind of has that. Not a massive success at acting, but he did get into acting. It's because he's more of a performer in many ways than McCartney or Lennon. So you've got different dynamics in the group, which is interesting because people look at Jagger and he's like a cultural thing, you know, the walk and the strut and everything about Jagger. He's got that, which Lennon and McCartney haven't. So we're looking at different areas again, why they work and why they're popular. But I always found it interesting that he needs Jagger needed Richards, whereas Lennon and McCartney and Harrison didn't. They could produce on their own. They weren't as much tied. That's just an interesting thought for people to look at.
Anyway, I think we ought to move on, haven't we?
And then we've got science and that. I've always preferred the Rolling Stones. Exactly. Everybody has their own thing. And then I'm a Led Zeppelin guy, and that's great. I love Led Zeppelin as well.
And you know what?
Ross is laughing out loud.
There have been people that have basically tried to get me into metal, and you know what? I'm more appreciative of it. My mind is opened a little bit more now.
Led Zeppelin's easier to get into, I would say, for you because they've got more obvious blues base. They're not like metal. They're heavy rock. They're not metal. They're not metal at all.
We're gonna have to carry that conversation into the after this, so that I can come back and say I've listened to this album by Led Zeppelin and I love it.
Well, Led Zeppelin 3, for instance, is very folk influenced. Absolutely brilliant. Anyhow, that's another conversation, but there's something you should perhaps listen to and have a listen to. Yes, Delboy, I'll be buying my ticket for Fantastic Four in 3D IMAX. They should be released in 2 weeks.
They're within 2 weeks of each other, these two.
Yeah. And then Jamie says, just subscribe to your channel, Steve. Thank you.
Which one? He's got 2. Bastard.
Thank you.
He's so greedy. He's got 2 channels, the bastard.
And then Sai says 22 and 16, and Jerry Goldsmith gets a mention. Yeah.
We like to play these little games.
Yeah. And no, this is interesting. Sai says, I've just looked it up. Peter Cushing had no children.
Yeah. I thought he didn't. I thought he didn't have children.
Yeah. Yeah. Tony says, I've finished my Eureka Footsteps in the Fog box set of German crimi films. Good fun. Very antiquated view of Britain, even for the 1960s. The English dubs are quite fun in places. Enjoyable. They sound interesting. The Germans look at German cinema. Continued. Forerunners of the giallo and slashers. Fascinating. I like where you can link it all together. Yeah.
All that means to me is there's another box set on the way to bloody Ian. That's all that means to me. He's just finished watching it. There you are. Straight away did a box set, bloody through the post with stamps on it. You'll have it within about 2 days, and you'll be saying, "Oh, I've just watched all these." As well.
Yeah. Marvelous. And then we've got somebody called Jim L348. Welcome, Jim. It says, "Evening, gents. Late and not been with you Jim. For a while. Thank you for joining us, Jim." It says, "Wife got me the John Wick 4 film Blu-ray for Christmas. Love it, although not my usual type of thing." Well, that's good.
I think the nicest thing they said about John Wick when it came out was the how good the picture quality was when it came as a physical release, and how good the choreography was.
That's right.
As a film.
Yeah.
I personally like the John Wick films. I think they're pretty good. I do find them entertaining, although they're starting to get a bit long in the tooth by the time you get a little bit later on in them. You know, that they are a bit samey, but you can say that about Mission Impossible and everything else.
Yeah. Because didn't they make it so it could have been the end of John Wick 4, as I remember.
Basically.
But they're not going to stop, are they? They're not going to stop.
No, honestly, it makes too much money.
Yeah. And then he's saying, "I'm assuming you've seen the other 3, Jim." And Josh says, "Sorry, I haven't been around. Work has been hectic over the last couple of weeks." That's okay. Life.
No, I've heard some excuses in my life. You miserable bastard. Get yourself over here. You little shit.
And Jamie says, I've pre-ordered the Ballerina Steel book, and I can imagine somebody else's. And then Jim says, "Cheeky Muckman meant the 4 film set." Yes, that's right. Having a laugh. And then I've seen various clips of Napoleon. Didn't like the look of it. That's the when we were on about it. That didn't get a big release, did it?
But if you remember rightly, when it was coming out, everybody was panning it before it was even out.
Yeah.
And then he said that it wasn't supposed to be historically like that.
Yeah.
And then he said there'll be a longer version that Apple will get.
Yeah.
And I've seen the longer version, and it does change the tone quite drastically.
That's what you need.
I keep asking people, if you've seen the film, did you see the long one or the short one of it? And nobody tells me how long they actually saw it for, because they just turned around and said, I don't know, but my bum ached at the end of it. So, I take it I watched the long one.
Yeah.
That's the closest I get to a running time for me when I ask people what they saw of it. I don't care, because it's it's the spectacle of Napoleon.
Yeah, if you're absorbed in a film, you don't notice. But when bum starts aching, to me, it's a sign that maybe your film is getting a bit too much for you. Oh, you might just need a break. Just have a break. Have an intermission. Yeah. And then Napoleon is okay, but there are better historic war films out there. Don't think I'd buy it if it becomes available.
You see, I would because it's a Ridley Scott film, but even if it wasn't a Ridley Scott film, I think I'd probably buy it because I'm interested in Napoleon anyway.
Yeah,
I've bought Waterloo. I've
seen Napoleon.
It's one of those things where you like Cromwell, don't you?
Yeah. Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, right. So I'm watching all this stuff about Henry VIII at the moment. The 6 wives, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Henry taking over the church, the abbeys, all of that sort of stuff. Money, all of that. The gout, the putting on weight, all of that, right? And if you watch, say, a drama on the 6 wives of Henry VIII, right, and then you watch a film like Cromwell was in both of them. They're both portrayed totally differently to each other, right? And yet they'll contradict and say, "Oh, you shouldn't watch Ridley Scott's Napoleon because it's nothing like what Napoleon was or anything like this," right?
Yeah.
And I'm turning around and saying, have you watched half of the Tudor films that are out there? They're all ridiculously different to each other, you know?
I say it doesn't
matter.
And
how they're played.
I love Cromwell so much, even though I know that period. 17th
Richard Harris, isn't it, in Cromwell? Is it Richard Harris? Is it Richard Harris in Cromwell?
Yeah, Richard Harris and Alec Guinness. Alec Guinness and Richard Harris together in a film.
I've seen it, and I haven't got it.
It's absolutely fantastic. Their performances alone, but it doesn't matter. Some people are going, "Oh, I love the period. I know the period well. It's what I specialized in at university, but it doesn't matter. It's a film and it's enjoyable, and their performances. It's got a sense of the history. It may not be accurate, but it's got a sense of the period, and that's all that matters.
It's the spectacle. It's the spectacle.
Yes.
And what you know of history, and then what they're trying to portray. And I like to fill in the gaps.
Does it?
I mean, I've watched the BBC dramatizations of, say, things like Versailles, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going, that probably is all make-believe drama shit. It was nothing like that, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I still was entertained. It was like, I don't give a shit. I'm watching some period drama that's really, really quite good. And
exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. So it says, hands off, Del. Catherine's mine. Oh, Catherine. Yes.
Look, when she leaves my bed tonight, I'll tell her to come over to yours.
And this, Jamie says, only Northerners allowed at Ilkley Food and Beer Festival. Delboy helps keep the riff-raff out.
Do you know what? All I know is there's a personal thundercloud hovering over your event. That's all I got to say. That's not very nice, is it? I mean, I get enough flack, right, from everybody, and now I'm not an adopted Northerner anymore.
Yeah. And Si says, I'm from Newcastle, Muckman. Can I come? And he says, absolutely, Si.
Yeah, see what I mean?
Apparently, the director and writer of Soldier Blue wanted the ending to be an analogy of the Vietnam War, which was still going on when they released Soldier Blue. Yeah, I think I've heard that. mentioned before. I think it might be in one of extras that I've saw. Yeah. What film has a bad storyline that you have to watch now and then? A bad storyline.
Yeah, what film have you seen that's got a really, really bad storyline?
Oh,
Oh. Let me think for a minute.
I could be very controversial. Yeah, I will be, because it is controversial. Most people give this film a lot of hate, and I can see why. It's not good. Can you guess which one of the Star Wars films, the last Star Wars film they did, which got so much hate?
Was it that Force Awakens or something?
Is it The Force Awakens?
I can't remember.
It got such a lot of hate. I can understand why, but I kind of enjoyed it, even if it is bad.
I'm gonna mention one.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mention one that we all know, right? Because we talked about it. Oh, it must be about 5-6 months ago when I was doing my film reviews and stuff. It's got a terrible storyline, right? But I still there's two films I'm going to mention, and both of them are identical, right? And around about the same period. One of them is Biggles.
Oh yes,
terrible storyline. I have to watch it.
Yeah.
Terrible storyline. The other one is Doc Savage, The Man of Bronze.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Absolutely atrocious storyline. Gotta watch it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm talking old stuff.
Yeah.
Not talking about Star Wars and the new stuff and all of this sort of stuff.
Well, I can equally say the same of Star Trek 5. I'm not going to deny it. I like Star Trek 5. I know it's not very good. I know there's this and that problems with it, but it's Star Trek, and I enjoy it. And I know it's not the best.
You know, the best line in that film, and it still comes to me now. It says, "What does God need with a starship?"
Yeah.
And you have to go, yeah. Why didn't you think of that when you were writing the damn script?
Like, still,
because that's what everybody's thinking. Why the hell is this a film about
I know it's
God
not brilliant,
stuff, right?
I'll tell you what's interesting as well. Everybody's got their own views and opinion. What you might think is awful is not awful. A good example is Jason X. Suddenly I noticed, because it's had an Arrow release, people are going, "Oh, it's not as bad as I thought it was. You know, it's not bad. I don't mind it." Yeah. I think it's terrible. It really is appallingly bad. I can't even, and I don't often condemn a film that much, to be honest. But Jason X is absolutely terrible. It
and
really is.
Exorcist 2 got a release, didn't it?
Now, actually, to be fair, I've heard nobody say they've liked that film. I don't think anybody, even anybody could be controversial.
I'd love to know what the sales figures were.
Yeah, they did release it. You're right. Why did they do that?
Like,
Oh dear. I mean, I know why people do say that about Jason X, but when you put it down to it, it's not very well put together, even in a bad way. You know, it's just not well constructed. But no, mind you, neither is the one before that, number 9. I think that's because it doesn't even feel like a Jason film. It's pretty bad, the 9 one.
You know, in my memory, I can remember all the way up to Manhattan, which is the 8th.
Yeah, and they're the best. That for me, where it stopped. It should have stopped, because they're the Paramount ones.
You see, and then from then on, it becomes a bit cloudy on
it's because the quality drops. Jason Takes Manhattan is I quite like it. I know it's got its problems because they were at the budget and they only did a few days shooting in New York, Manhattan. At the end, that's all we get. It should be Jason on a boat. Jason goes cruising or something. But I still like it. I like it. Whereas Jason X, I can't see any. But let's put Jason in space. Fine. It could have been better. Could have been so much better. Maybe the beginning's all right of Jason X. But then it really goes downhill. Whether it's the bad acting, script, it just doesn't do it for me. Anyhow, you're right. We better get. I can see times moving on now. Full Circle is a Studio Canal release, and I have Full Circle. Tony says, but not watched it yet. James says it's decent, but it feels like a cross between The Omen and Don't Look Now. Wow, two brilliant films. If it is as good as those, then
I love the Omen.
Yeah, I love both. Both those films are genius. Absolutely, I put them as highly rated films. And what there were: Exorcist, The Omen, Suspiria, Don't Look Now. Brilliant films.
Anyway, I've told you, haven't I? I still haven't got Suspiria.
Yeah, get Suspiria, the original one. Get it. It's honestly, it's a beautiful film. The cinematography.
I've seen it.
I think you'll enjoy the music as well.
Yeah, but I mean, no, Suspiria I've got as a soundtrack, and I've seen it at film festivals. I just haven't got a physical copy of it.
Yeah. It's what a film.
I used to go. I'm sure I've mentioned this before. In the 80s, I used to go to film festivals, right? They used to be 72 hours long, right? You used to go for like 48, 72 hours.
Yeah.
Film after film after film. And to be quite honest, there were friends of mine that they were into drugs and I wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And they stayed awake by taking speed and all sorts of stuff.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And I saw films there that you'd never heard of. They were all mentioned in things like Fangoria at the time. There was a magazine called Fangoria.
Yeah.
And we used to go to Birmingham and see these film festivals. The longest I could stay awake, I think, was I got to about the 50th hour.
Oh, yeah.
And at that particular point, I'd been to the reception, must be 20 times, and had coffee to keep myself awake.
Yeah.
And by that point, it didn't matter what was going on. I was starting to fall asleep. You couldn't put bloody toothpicks in my eyes to keep the eyes open. You know what I mean?
It's too much.
But it was amazing because we'd go, you managed 50 hours. I was starting to fall asleep after 60. So we'll have to do it again next year, see how long we can last next year. It was like that. Because while somebody was sleeping, we were looking after their bags. And while you were sleeping, they were looking after that. And we would all be turning around and saying, you got to wake me up to the Omen.
Yeah.
I can't miss the 15-second cut that's been taken out of Nightmare on Elm Street. You got to wake me up for that. Or whatever. 15 seconds. Fuck's sake. Was I really that naive and bad that I was there and I wanted to watch the whole film again for 15 seconds? That might be there, might not. You might miss it. I don't know. But
have you got your order in?
That was my teens and 20s.
Yeah,
that was.
Have you got your order in for Nightmare on Elm Street?
Well, the first thing that's coming out
is
going to be my James Bond 6 film Steelbook collection.
Oh,
there was a guy that I watched this morning. And he got his Amazon exclusive box set. Now, I don't know whether ours is Amazon exclusive or not, right? But he opened it up, and it's a whole metal surround, matte black finish, right? And he opened it up, and I was a bit lackluster with the pictures that are on the steel.
Yeah, that's what people have been criticising it.
It's just a picture of Sean Connery on a beach.
Right. They've not done it. It's lazy. People say
right?
it's lazy.
But he showed the backs of the boxes, and that showed me a clip of what actually was from that film, and that they weren't that it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I do think that this is where people are getting excited, and when they get it, they're getting depressed because it's like, that really what I got for 100 quid
Yeah,
or
I know it's
120 quid,
expensive. Yeah.
right? Is a picture of Sean Connery
Yeah.
with the word of the title of the
Yeah.
film underneath it. I'd have rather have had the film poster.
Yeah. How much is the Freddy one then? Is that expensive?
Well, didn't
Nightmare on
somebody
Elm
say it
Street.
was 199, but if you use the 20% thing off, you got it for 179 or something silly like that.
Expensive still.
I just go 199 quid, bloody hell. But
Yeah.
then again, if you're a big Nightmare on Elm Street fan, that's piddly money.
Yeah, exactly.
You won't even think twice about it.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is I do hope that the people that really, really want it get it without all the scalpers, right? And if it doesn't sell well, I hope that it goes on the sale like they did with the Harry Potter box sets. Because I tell you what, they came out at 225 quid, and I bought mine in a sale for £89.
Wow. Yeah.
And I feel sorry for the people that spent 200. But
it
didn't
money.
sell.
Yeah.
It was all of them in a big tin set that cost an absolute fortune, right? And I didn't go for the I'm buying that when it first comes out. I waited and it didn't sell. And I tell you what, I picked it up for 80 odd quid.
Yeah.
That's the way to go about it. If you can live with the fact you might never have it, wait, get it for 80 quid in about a year's time.
Yeah. Why not?
If you're so looking forward to it, get it at the price it's there. You're not going to feel pissed off because you really, really want it. Just don't be one of those people that are buying it because they want it in their collection, because they want to show that they've got a horror collection.
Yeah.
You know, and it'll look nice on the shelf.
Yeah.
Right? Be passionate about the film that you want to watch.
Yeah.
Because it's too expensive, 199 quid.
Yeah.
I've seen all the Sean Connery Bond films. It's why I want it.
Yeah.
Right? I've been waiting for a Steelbook Bond set for bloody years. Do you know what I mean?
I wonder if some of the bigger YouTube channels just buy it so they can review it. You know, they wouldn't really bother, would they? They'd just buy it because they'd want to get the video out.
A lot of people do.
Yeah.
They just go, I'll tell you what, I'm going to buy that just so I've got something to say for 10 minutes in a video review.
Yeah, exactly. So
more money than sense.
But if they know they're earning from that video,
you're taking away a version off of the shelves that somebody else might be crying and going, I never got that, and you got their copy. I mean, that's disgusting.
But if you're a monetized channel that has a big following, you've got to want to keep up to date, and therefore they can make money out of it. They could just by doing a 10-minute video, make a lot of money. Now we've got here Jim saying rewatching back with David Mitchell and Robert Webb. Enjoyed it more than first time. I've not heard of that. I didn't know that.
I haven't seen that.
Mitchell.
By the way, I'm just going to lock the front door because I don't want to wake my mum up because it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late. Yeah. It's going to be too late at midnight, and I don't want to wake.
That's all right. You can do that. Yep. Sai says, I've seen Gomorrah season 1, but I've never seen 2 or even the prequel movie. Oh, that's what Delboy been watching, isn't it? Yeah. Boston Legal is so good. I don't like law stuff, but love that. Well, that's great. Yeah. I used to watch back in the day years ago. Is it Law and Order? Which I quite like the idea of that, where you saw the crime and what have you and what they did, and then you see the process and police investigation, and then you see the court case, I quite enjoyed those kind of series, but I've not seen them for a long time. I think they tried it in this country. I think it did a couple of seasons in this country and then just fell away. It was never like the success of the American series, but I always thought that was quite a good one. William Shatner tried to release an underwear range. It never took off because no one wants to wear Shatner pants. I like that one. Yes. That sounds just like me. And rewinding after dozing off, I usually give up in the end. Yeah, I know you'd have to in the end. It's so annoying going back and then started and falling asleep. Oh God, I missed it. I missed the crucial ending. It's been building up for. Oh, it's annoying. It's so annoying. Tony says, I have Royal Flash on DVD and such a good cast. Malcolm McDowell and Oliver Reed. Yeah, I know. It's a film I've just come across quite a bit. The actors involved in it. That's why, because Oliver Reed and Malcolm McDowell, great actors. It's Oliver there. And Danny says, I'm as good as can be after having pancreatitis. Oh, wow. Well, I know my late wife, she had pancreatitis and she was hospitalized for 3 months. It could have been, no, I think it might have even been longer. And she recovered, but because she became insulin dependent diabetic from that. And I have to say, it did affect her health quite a lot. But she did recover because, as I remember, she was in a coma for about a month. She was in a coma, and they came out of it. And then she did her health, and she came out, and she did get stronger and better. Yeah, but she became, I say, insulin dependent. That was the only downside, I'm afraid, to it. But she did recover from it, and I mean, you've been through a lot getting that, Danny, and I can understand you being in hospital. It's quite a thing. It's life threatening. It is life threatening when you get it. But if they can get it in time, then they obviously have done that with you. Are able to cure it. Well, cure it is the wrong word, but they make you better from it. It's the diabetic part can be quite bad, but it is serious. The pain. I know she was in a lot of pain, as I remember my wife with it. Really, we both seem to pass it on. She has to my leg, I think. But there we are. Question. Right. Favorite film with an animal in the title. Oh God, you don't have to give these blooming ones out. Animal in the title. I know. I asked only one film. The Elephant Man, which I got for my birthday. Yes, as a present, 4K. It's just such a brilliant film. I could talk about this film. I won't talk about it too much. I love The Elephant Man. I'm John Hurt. Absolutely, he's just blows me away when I watch that film, and the color. I mean, sorry, the being in black and white. The black and white is just absolutely amazing. It's just a fantastic film. I absolutely love it. So that would be my favorite film with an animal in the title. I'm just trying to think if there was any others just off the top of my head. We've been going on quite a long time, so I'll just say that Elephant Man. What's your title? Favorite film with an animal in the title?
Oh, bloody hell. Elephant Man, you said. Yeah, that would be mine.
You can choose the Elephant Man if you want.
Well, I'm not going to choose Manimal, am I?
No, you know.
That word of film anyway.
Actually, he's picked one.
I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of Cobra. No. I like Snake Plissken, but he hasn't got that in a title.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, I've got another one that I would pick as well. Yeah, both. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to think.
I'll give you another one. Cat People, the original version.
Yeah.
And the other one, I like the remake. The remake gets overlooked. So
the color remake with what's that lady's name?
McDowell.
What's that lady's name that was in it?
Sorry,
what was that lady's name that was in that remake?
It's Natasha Kinski.
Natasha Kinski. That's
yeah.
it. Yeah.
But the original, I've got both. Actually, that's the only Criterion film in my collection, which is the original Cat People is on. It's the only one I've got in my collection, Criterion. So the original one is fantastic. Black and white, very atmospheric film. Brilliant. It's very different, but the remake is its own film. It's very different, but absolutely love the remake. I've seen it quite a few times. I saw it at the cinema. But yeah, that's one. But yeah, there's...
See, spiders aren't animals, so I can't have Spider-Man. Lair of the White Worm, that's not an animal, is it?
No. Jamie's got one here. I'll show you it.
What about Digby, the biggest dog in the world?
How are you? Is it? Yes, you could do that, couldn't you?
I bet not many people thought that one. Digby, the biggest dog in the world.
That's a good one. But this one's a good one.
Oh, there's Beethoven, isn't there? That's another dog.
It says animal in the title. This one, look at this. Jamie has put Dog Day Afternoon.
Dog Day Afternoon.
Yeah.
What about? Hang on, but it hasn't. Yeah, you see, it's about an animal, and it ain't got an. It hasn't got a title in it. That's Greyfriars Bobby. If you want to watch a really good dog film, Greyfriars Bobby. Absolutely gorgeous. Yes. No, you see, that hasn't got an animal in the title.
No.
See, they're about animals. I can't think. Yeah. What about Born Free? See, that's like that hasn't got a bloody name in the title, has it? An animal in the title. So anyway, I'd be there forever thinking about the bloody.
Si's got one here. If anyone says anaconda,
yeah, well, you can't turn around and say Jaws. You can't say piranha. You can't. Fish.
Oh yeah, somebody now. Jim has got this Cat People 1942. Yeah, I love the version. Absolutely wonderful. And this one, An American Werewolf in London. Well, it's not really a
werewolf. Is a fiction.
Wow. A human, and a wolf.
Look, it has got wolf in it.
Yeah, I'll give that. I suppose. Yeah,
I'd give that because that's wolf.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And so laughing, it says, "Real animals, please." Oh, strict question setter here. Oh, well, I said Elephant Man. That's a real one.
There's probably films called Panther. Panther or something. And
this one's a good one. Tony says, "Dog Soldiers." Yeah, Dog Soldiers. Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely love Dog Soldiers.
Cats versus dogs.
Yeah. He says Cat People is a good shout out, Jim.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'd have done. Oh, look, Digby. Look at that.
I have to say Digby.
See what I mean? I thought I came up with a brilliant one then.
I
did say Beethoven as well, though. But again, it's not a dog in the title.
Yeah.
Is it? Beethoven.
Now, this one's a good one. Look, Wild Geese.
Geese. Now there's a classic. There's a classic.
Yeah, we get there. And then they're laughing. And then, of course, when you would get this one, Cobra.
Yeah, I said Cobra.
And another one, Lair of the White Worm. Yeah, that's the
I
Ken
said
Russell.
that.
Ken
said
Russell
that.
film.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ken Russell directing. It's controversial, that film, actually. It was at the time. Great ones, Digby and Wild Geese, Tony says. How can we forget Planet of the Apes?
Oh, bastard!
Right. How can
My
we?
favourite. My favourite. Shit.
Oh, he's got one here for you. I've heard you mention this one. Bad News Bears.
Walter Matthau. What a
Yes.
bloody great film.
Yeah, and then, of course, Sire said Condom Man.
Fuck that.
Oh, what about this one? One of my favourite war films, Black Hawk Down. Yeah. And, oh, yeah, there's more here. Tony's at it now. Sea Wolves, yeah. Dogs of War. Lion of the Desert, Anthony Quinn, Oliver Reed. Again, yeah, Oliver Reed pops up a lot. Great titles.
Yeah,
there.
hang on a minute. Fucking Google's your best friend, you bastards. Right, there's no bloody way that they've got these off the top of their bleeding heads. Absolutely no way in wide world. Right. Bastards, the lot of you. Yeah, here's 5 that just came straight off the my head. Yeah, bastard.
Is laughing. Delboy's favourite, the Condor Man. Yes, there it is. Yes. I think you have the thing for Oliver Reed, Tony. Tony does mention Oliver Reed, but why not? He's a great actor. My Secret is Out. Yes. Kiss of the Spider Woman. I think that's the film William Hurt won an Oscar for.
There you are, a Marvel film, Black Panther.
Yeah. And then Jamie has put Elephant Man, of course. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pink Panther series of films. Yeah. Pink Panthers. Delboy, you know nothing about films, Jamie says. Oh, there you are.
That's not very nice, is it? Here I am trying to legitimize myself, and he puts me down in one line.
It's only good laugh. Jamie, you read my mind. Everybody, he's either giving it back now, yeah. The rebellion. The rebellion's on.
Thanks very much, guys. Bye.
And he says, here we are. We might.
The 60th episode was the last one with me.
He says you might get a rant out of that. Go on, get a good rant. Go on.
No, I'm just upset now.
Get a rant. Go on, you tell him.
Sod a lot of them. I can't win. I'm not an adopted Northerner anymore. I'm not allowed to go up north. I know nothing about films. I mean, I get the idea. I get the picture, you guys. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Right. One for each of us, I'm guessing. Oh, Crocodile Dundee. Oh God!
Oh shit! Yeah.
He's saying you definitely Googled that one. How could I forget Alligator? Oh yeah. Oh, Alligator. What a brilliant Alligator. Wind and the Lion. So you get some wind and you get a lion.
What about Tarzan the Ape Man?
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah. No, you got it. Yeah. Even Gator with Burt Reynolds.
Do you know what? I haven't thought about Gator with Burt Reynolds for a long time. Do you know one of the first Burt Reynolds films that I haven't thought about in a long time was Mean Machine. Everybody rented Mean Machine when VHSs first came out. Everybody rented that Mean Machine. Yeah. Anyway, carry on. Burt Reynolds, yeah, Gator.
And then this one.
What about the Deer Hunter? Has anybody said that?
Which one?
The Deer Hunter.
No, brilliant. One of my favourite films. I love the Deer Hunter.
There are you bastards.
Did
you see me typing? Did you see me looking at anything?
No.
Yours.
And then we've got here Sea Wolves, yeah. And then we've got, of course, Silence of the Lambs, Tony. Yeah, and Delboy's been skeptical again. um, has anyone seen Lion? Oh, yes, I have. It's a fantastic film starring Dev Patel. It's about a 5-year-old Indian boy who gets lost and sets out to find his family 25 years later. It's brilliant. Yeah, I have heard of that film. I've not seen it, though.
No, I've heard the title and don't even know what it was about.
Yeah, Dev Patel, yeah. And then Sai says, I've always wanted to watch it. The Company of Wolves. Yeah, I love The Company of Wolves. Now, a lot of people are a bit with Company of Wolves because it's mixed in fairy tales with horror. I think it's great. It does go in its own weird way, but I like Company of Wolves. I don't know. I've got it on Blu-ray, and I saw it at the cinema a few times.
I bought the Steelbook in a charity shop. In a charity shop for £1. It was a DVD. Angela Lansbury.
Yeah. Do you know? I think mine might be as well. But I'm sure I've got a Blu-ray with a Steelbook. I don't know. But it's a film I definitely wanted to get, and as soon as I saw it, I got it. I had to have it. And then watch it. It's a captivating watch. Oh, right, it's Lion. I really look forward to Wednesday evenings. Well, thank you, Si. We always look forward to doing this. I do. I really.
No, only because Ian's on.
It's like this. What can you say today? Tony says, I watch your blogs, Del, but I have to admit, I fast forward through the gaming computer bits.
Yes. You know what? I structure my blog, right, so that it's got me it's me in the news at the beginning. Then I do shout outs.
Yeah.
Then I do questions and comments.
Yeah. And
which could be a mix of computer stuff, but it can also be about films and stuff.
Yeah.
And the only bit that's got about the computers is the last bit where it talks about my friends like down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, that's right.
So really, it's the computer side of things only fills about 20 odd minutes.
Yeah, though it depends. There are bits where you're on gaming, like you get asked a gaming question, and sometimes you do, and it's understandable. You answer the question from, say, Steve's Gaming about something gaming, and sometimes that is quite a long section.
Yeah, but you see, he's a bastard. You see.
Yeah, but you do. Yeah, I mean, you can see your enthusiasm, and sometimes you're reminiscing about, what is the first game you played or something, and you talk like that.
Oh, and, somebody might turn around and say, "What's the longest you've ever played a game for?"
Yeah.
Or something,
Oh, what's the first console you got, or something like that?
Pong. Pong.
Yeah.
Grandstand Pong.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, seeing that. Even I remember that. Right. Says Neil's movie channel is great. Hey, you watch it as well, Jamie. It is, honestly, Neil's movie channel is fantastic. He's a great man. His knowledge is excellent. I learned a lot from him. I'd like to do a live stream with him someday. And wow.
Wow.
I know he's Canadian. He's in Canada.
Saying that Muckman movies. Have you ever done a live stream?
Yeah, why don't Jamie? You need to do one invite him.
Why don't you film my spot being as nobody wants me on this channel anymore? I'm sure Ian can make that happen.
Yeah. Anyway, his knowledge is one. It's his style. I like his style. It's so laid back and well put forward. He's just an encyclopedia. It really is.
I like him because he's a bastard.
Yeah, and he says very knowledgeable a guy, and I agree. His delivery is very easy to watch. That's the thing. There's some people whose delivery it doesn't appear very good, but he's just so relaxing. He's like just talking to you. It's as if we're having a good conversation together. But he's very articulate and knowledgeable, and it
But
works well.
until tonight, have you ever promoted his channel?
No, I haven't, and I should have done because it's really good. I recommend anybody to go over to his channel.
This is the reason why. If you look at my description, I've got links, and I go, do you know what? I watch these religiously, and boom,
I should have
in a load of channels.
I should have put a link into his channel. I might try and look it up eventually. And but anyway, if you put Neil's,
I do not know who this guy.
I
do not know who this guy is, and I'm intrigued to know.
He is. He's a Brit in Canada. He lives in Canada, and his style. You'll love his style because he's just so relaxed, but with knowledge, and he doesn't feel pretentious or making. It's just natural. It's just natural. I like it, and he's really good. And he likes to show sometimes. He likes what they call it. The big video. See, my brain's gone. What do you call them? Like records, discs, video discs,
laser discs.
Laser discs. That's it. See, I get that. See, my brain is fried. He's like that. He'll say, discuss the director, and then when it films, he'll say, "Oh, I've got it on this," and there hasn't been a release on DVD, and he'll say things like that. He's really good.
At the very early stage of my blogs, if you go back to blog number 9 or something, I started to show my laser discs off.
Yeah. Oh wow.
There's my laser discs.
Yeah. Actually, I like to give you ideas for videos.
You'll know which ones of my blogs they are because I always put a snapshot of a picture of me with whatever I'm showing, and you'll see a big laser disc.
Yeah.
On the
an idea for why don't you do a video on your laser disc collection? That's a good idea. I think people would be interested in it. Yeah.
I have looked at a number of YouTube videos talking about laserdiscs, and they go into a lot more detail. Like, here's a website that tells you which discs have got disc rot and what manufacturer they were and what ISBN number they are. And they know. You see, laser discs to me was a big.
Well, there you are.
Expansion of my life from 1995 to what 1999.
Yeah.
Right?
I
spent an absolute fortune. I mean, the actual Laserdisc player itself cost me $1,000.
Yeah.
And then I was buying things like the Star Wars Definitive Edition, which is a really big set, right? It's one of those.
You've got, and I think you have shown that one, but I'd like to see a whole video.
That was £199.
Wow. In those days, £199 would have been a lot. I don't know what the rate would be. Would it be about equivalent to 400 quid? Or
with inflation, you'd probably go about 450, something like that, I suppose.
Yeah. I think these are the things.
This is one of the reasons why I go, look, I love talking about films. I spent a fortune. I like to tell people about, have you ever watched it on Laserdisc?
Yeah.
It absolutely was a cracking thing to do, back in the day. Watching a Laserdisc was like the pinnacle of things.
Oh, I've got an idea for you. You could pick a Laserdisc out of your collection and just talk about it. So you can talk about the film, but you talk about more from a personal viewpoint about what that film means to you and your Laserdisc experience. There's all sorts of ideas there. I'll discuss it with you after this stream.
Yeah.
Then I know it's difficult. I do this. I'm sorry. I know.
Then you can invoice me for the idea.
But
I'll have to pay you.
But I know you've got time problems, obviously, and there's a lot going on. But there may come a time when
you know what? I've just locked the front door and I've just walked past my mum. She's asleep, right?
Yeah.
And until that point, I'd forgotten all about my mum. Yeah. And I don't want that to sound bad. It's just that this is where I'm saying it's great. For a couple of hours, I take myself away from a problem. the problem is with me all the time. Do you see what I mean?
Exactly.
It's
And that's why I know it is so difficult for you to do projects that perhaps you want to do because you're too knackered, you're too tired, and you have to put aside some time. Like a weekend, for instance, you might have a bit of time, but you've got your blog to prepare.
Well, I prep my blog on a Saturday and do it on and record it on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And last Sunday was mental, right?
Yeah.
There I was. I woke up at 7 a.m, got my sister in, all of that sort of stuff. I started to write down all the news that was going on in Ukraine and all the stuff that was going on in the week. And I wrote down the shout outs. I'd already written down what I'd watched that week.
Yeah.
And I'd already written down in a skeleton way what my week was like.
Yeah.
And then it got to something like 9 o'clock. And basically I started to hit record. And then it was a mental because it was like my mum's brother turned up.
Oh yeah, all that. Yeah.
Right? And then as I kept going through the time, it was like, oh my God, I've got to go to the shops to get a loaf, otherwise I can't get my mum some toast in the morning.
Yeah,
and
all those things going on.
The shop shut at 4 o'clock. And if I don't go, and my sister leaves this house at 2:30, which means I can't go till 2:30. If I go after 2:30, I'll be leaving my mum alone, so I can't do that. So I have to do it before that point. And it just goes on.
And I can understand that. It was difficult. I know that blog. You could tell you did well to do the blog because you could see you had all those things going on. And what can you say?
I made a commitment. I turned round. And I said, you will never find me not doing a blog on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And even when I had my heart attack, which was the 1st of September, which was a Sunday.
Yeah.
I actually got a message out to say there'll be a blog, but it won't be today.
Yeah.
Then I did the blog that wasn't.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
The day I came out of hospital, I recorded a blog.
I know. That's a dedication to doing your blog.
I can't put a commitment down.
Yeah.
And put a line in the sand saying,
I know how important that blog is. That's why I always mention it. And that's why, honestly, it works, your blog, because of that. It's you. It's you where you are. It's not anything pretentious. It's not you're not pretending to be anybody.
Somebody gave me the biggest compliment, right? I think it was Mainmeister. Yeah, it was Mainmeister. He turned around and said, Dal, he said, how many subscribers you got? I said, well, I haven't got that many. And he said, no, I'm not asking because I want to know like how bad your channel is. I want to know. So I told him what it was. And he said, how many people watch your blog? Well, I went, about 150, 160, something like that. And he said, exactly. I've got 4,500 subs, and the biggest number I get watching my stream on a Sunday is probably about 25, 30 that will come in. Right?
Yeah.
And when people watch my videos, they're usually in about the 200 and something range, right? 210, something like that, right?
Yeah.
I've got 4,500 subs. I don't even have 2% of all my subs watching something.
Yeah.
And you've got over half of your subs being watched.
Yeah.
Which is the biggest compliment that you can have. Half the people that sub to you actually religiously watch your program.
Yeah, exactly.
Blog, or having a fantastic amount of subs and only having about 2% watching.
What I like about your blog as well is that people say, I'm listening to it in sections. So people will watch a bit or listen to a bit and then they'll come back to it. That's great. That's brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
I talk for England.
Yeah.
It's amazing though that I go in with the intention of having a blog that's less than an hour. Believe it or not, every Sunday I said I'll do this in under an hour, right?
Yeah.
And then when I've actually hit the stop button, it's like shit, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, well, it's because you get absorbed in it as well. It becomes its own. Yeah. Right. So Tony says, "Oh, I've seen some of Neil's videos. Like how he highlights some lesser known older films. He's good at that. He'll say, "Oh, this is directed by so and so." who's more famous for directing so and so, but this one, and it's great. He puts you in thinking, yeah, I want to see more of those films. Absolutely love his style. Yeah, his DVD collection must be huge because more than often than not, I've not heard of them. I mean, yeah. I'm really pleased that everybody has seen this guy. I'm really pleased that because nobody mentions him.
It's a compliment to you, McMahon, right? Because it's a compliment to you. That's exactly how I feel when I watch your channel.
Yeah.
Right? I've watched your channel. You do 25 Asian films. I'm turning around and saying, how many of them do I know? None.
Yeah.
The reason I watch a channel is to learn something. If I'm hearing a person talk about the same stuff over and over and over and over again, I'm not learning anything. The only thing that's happening is repetition.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not. I don't want to sound poo-pooish about because I'm not talking about anybody in particular. But you can go in the chat circuit and go to all sorts of stuff, right? And the people be in the room, they'll ask the same questions over and over again.
Yeah.
Right. And I want to know about new stuff. Every time I come in here, there isn't somebody who's talking about the same thing as they did last week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's why I'm learning, right? I wouldn't feel the same and look forward to Wednesday as much as I do if it weren't for the fact that you guys keep coming up with stuff I've never fucking heard of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got my Hong Kong Book of Kung Fu over here, right? With like 25,000 movies, right? And I'll tell you what, I probably learned more in the chat here than I ever read in that book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sally says, so Mrs. Dell hates Northerners just as much as her son. So now we know where he gets it from. Oh.
Now, didn't I turn around and say, she said shame, and I think that might be because she's disappointed that she'll never meet you, Si.
Oh.
But you put it down to me and my mum hating Northerners.
Yeah.
I think that says more about your personality.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Jamie says he watches all my videos too. Oh, this is that Neil, and usually makes a comment. Nice bloke. Yeah. He has made occasionally in mine, but not often. But he has made some comments on mine. So I tend to. I'll put a comment for him because I just like his style. I just think it's great. Finally ordered the Heretic Steelbook. Waited 2 months until they allowed me to use my red carpet discount. Ridiculous. You used to be able to use a discount code straight away.
Yeah. Xavier going downhill in my eyes.
Yeah.
I've seen the writing's been on the wall for a while for me because their Steelbook section for me diminished to the point where I've only got 4 things on pre-order for them at the moment. I've got about 15 on HMV, about 4 on Zavi, and a load on Amazon.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that just shows where I am with Zavi at the moment. They're not the force they used to be.
Yeah. No.
All that red carpet treatment and pay $9.95 for this. And then we'll send you. This is what it is. If you're a red carpet person at midnight, we're going to text you about a new Steelbook that was going to be out, right? At midnight, right? And they do say this at midnight, right? And the others won't know about the Steelbook until 9 a.m. the following morning, right? Which means that you're going to get this huge boost for you to be able to get this film. And I'm going, I'm in bed at midnight, you bastards. How is that any good to me? Right? You might as well have just put it out at 9 o'clock. But the trouble is, they do that, and then basically it will say out of stock when you wake up at 9 in the morning. And I think it's an unfair thing, to be quite honest. You have to pay for a service to be told about a film that's coming out. And if you're not part of their service, God help you if you wanted it, because you're not going to be more exclusive. I think that's awful. You might as well have just said, we're getting this new steel booking, and it's only for people that are members of our club.
Yeah.
Because there's fat chance of the public getting it.
Si says, I love the proposition. I went to see it at the cinema when it was released. I was the only person watching it. Such a shame, as it's a great film. Wow, only person in the cinema. Wow.
I'm telling you now, Ian, get that film. It's a brilliant
film. Tony says, watched a couple of Don Siegel westerns. Two Mules for Sister Sarah. That's been on the circuit. I've noticed Clint Eastwood, Shirley MacLaine, and Death of a Gunfighter. Oh, Richard Widmark. What an actor. He's in so many films, Richard Widmark.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing how people don't really talk about Shirley MacLaine's career.
Yeah.
You know, she talked to me an awful lot about the affair she had with her male
lead.
She never had one with Jack Lemmon.
Yeah.
She saw him as a brother.
Yeah.
You know? She had such an industrious career. Two Mules for Sister Sarah is hardly talked about. It's a great film. I do like that film.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite Western.
Yeah.
And it is one lower down in the tier of Clint Eastwood Western films. You know, I mean, High Plains Drifter and Unforgiven and all of those are so much better. But Two Mules for Sister is still a great film. I hope they do a 4K treatment of that one.
Yeah.
Deserves it.
Jamie says the proposition is excellent.
Well, I'll tell you what. After I saw the proposition, it reminded me of Quigley Down Under, and I went and bought Quigley Down Under. And it was actually Muckman that mentioned Quigley Down Under as well in his channel. It sort of like was around about the same sort of time.
Yeah.
I love Quigley Down Under. That's another one that's filmed in Australia. That's another one of those films that's got Tom Selleck in, and people go, what films have Tom Selleck been in? And I can tell you now, An Innocent Man is a brilliant film, right? An Innocent Man. Yeah. What a film that is, right? Runaways, like that film, right? Love the Runaways. It's a futuristic type film, you know, about cops and so forth. That's a brilliant film. And then we've got, like I say, Quigley Down Under. He did Her Alibi, which has got a Georges Delarue score in it. That's a fantastic. He's a writer, and the woman that he falls in love with, he keeps thinking he's trying to kill him. Oh. That's a brilliant one. Her Alibi. Yeah, that's a great film. Oh, Tom Selleck's done quite a few. Anyway, carry on. And
then with Sandra says it's cinch, not sync.
Sync, not sync.
Meaning synchronize.
Yeah.
Tracker DVD is on Amazon for $9.98. Oh, right.
Thanks, Si. Only somebody's got it on. Some lucky bastards got it on Blu-ray for £3.98 from bloody World of Books. The bastards. It wasn't a DVD for $9.98 when it was £3.98 on Blu-ray. I know which one I want. I want the Blu-ray one.
And then Sandra says, Delboy, I didn't correct you. I corrected the person that typed it.
Yeah.
Also, I'm still waiting for my Switch to be delivered.
I've answered that. Yeah.
And then you said, thanks. Please let us know when you get it. I'm very hopeful for you. And then Sandra says, 14th, they say, you'll get one. Brill, I'm so happy for you. And then Jamie says, that's why I prefer Rolling Stones, because I love blues music. Yes. We'll get into that debate again.
And what was Elton John's first band? He was called Bluesology, wasn't it?
And everybody always was into the blues, these rock groups, and going right back, Clapton and Yardbirds and all these groups. Anyhow, that's another time. Muckman, did you like the Sinners soundtrack? And it was brill. I know, I loved it. Best part of the film, in my opinion. Oh, right. And then Sandra Clark says, the Beatles will go down in history like Mozart did. They are timeless and phenomenal. anyone saying that they're overrated, well, they are trolling. Oh, I've never listened to them. That's a good point.
I go back to what I was saying, which is it's the structure of their songs that basically make them phenomenal.
Yeah.
They use sympathetic chords, and basically it's like listening to ABBA.
Yeah.
Right. They hated them when they come out, but if you look back, if you dissect their songs, then then anybody that's into music will turn around and tell you the reason that you love them now is because they use a chord structure that is sympathetic to your ears. Right? It's in a certain pattern. There's no jarring. It's a fluid motion. You see what I mean? And that's why you look back at it now and you go, yeah.
But I argue that the Beatles are bigger than the music. They're a cultural phenomenon. That's why they're important.
Yes,
they have a massive place in history because of
what they achieved, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's that their influence it's like a ripple. It just goes like that. It's just still there. The influence.
When you consider that Britain was a guiding force in music, right? They were the people that cracked America. Cliff Richard went over to America and didn't do as well as the Beatles.
Yeah,
I mean I mean, he's a big name. He was with the Shadows, went over there.
Yeah,
he came back and he did make a sort of name for himself, but he didn't go on things like the Carson Show.
Well, you can argue that America, after Elvis Presley, didn't really have anybody with the same cultural influence in terms of music as the Beatles did. That's why they embraced them so much. American music.
Tell me something. How often did Elvis come over here?
Yeah, well, he didn't, did he? Yeah.
So you could turn around and say, does that tell you something about how pretentious that guy was?
There's a lot of reasons about
he had a great big fan base over here, but couldn't be asked.
Yeah. It does say a lot about him, but I think with Elvis is an interesting character because what's his name, the Colonel or whatever it is that controlled him,
took all his money,
massive influence, and in many ways he was quite harmful to his career. Was that Colonel? Very harmful.
Took all his money because of his gambling debts. The Colonel.
Yeah, and somebody who would have really cared about Elvis would have sorted him out, and nobody did. Nobody. He had all these flunkies around him. He had that big mansion, and not one of them, so-called friends, says, "Hey, brought him down to earth." And these addictions. Nobody did that. Nobody.
But isn't it strange that all through history it's like this? I mean, look at Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
He fight after fight after fight. What did he do to get all of his Muslims and bodyguards and everything? Gave it all the money into them. He had to keep fighting and fighting and fighting to pay off his debts. And all these entourage around him were just sponging money.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This is what happens. Yeah.
And then he had to fight all the way, even when he knew that he had a crippling disease.
Yeah.
Because of all the pounding that he took.
Yeah.
Far past, and not one of them said, "Whoa, back a minute. It's not worth your life."
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a big area to look at, but this is what seems to happen. It repeats itself amongst a lot of great artists, sadly. It really does. And then Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening. Good evening. You're probably not here now. You've probably gone to bed, but thank you for joining us. When the Generation of Blues plays is brilliant. Not trolling. Music is as subjective as film is. Everyone has a different taste. I don't mind the Beatles, but I prefer other bands. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. There is no right or wrong. Good evening, James. And then, all right, Tony. And then Jamie says, howdy, James. So today found man in an iron mask for £1 on DVD. Well, you did well there. Is that the network title of it? I wonder. Which version is it?
What, Man in the Iron Mask?
Which one? Which version? Hi,
yeah,
Mucker.
Several, isn't there?
Yeah. And Sandra says, good bargain. Yeah. Good point, Jamie, about everything being subjective. It makes me laugh when I see YouTube channels getting all worked up and in some cases quite angry about films they don't enjoy. I totally agree. They're mad. They're absolutely mad. Why are you getting angry about a film? I had somebody going on about the Halloween remakes as if it was the biggest sacrilege going. How dare they make these remakes of the Halloween and Halloween Kills and all that? And
how dare you sully the name of my favorite
and they
film?
were like this. They're just getting angry. Oh,
I've seen those. Yeah,
you've
sullied the name of a series. I'll never be able to go back to it because they brought out a film that they.
Oh wow! Get over it. That's it. Get over it. Jim Jam is that the Richard Chamberlain version? Did anyone else grab George and Mildred off Wob for under £7? Well, you know I did because you sent me the list. Yeah. Thank you, Jim Jam.
Yeah. I already had it.
Yeah, away. Yeah. It is indeed. It was worth getting. It was cheap, definitely. And then Jim says, Tony, I agree. Different strokes for different folks. Imagine if everyone loved the same music and films. We wouldn't be having such good discussions, would we? Exactly, Jim. James says, I enjoyed your thoughts on the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, Ian. Yeah, I love talking about music. You know, I'd love to do a lot more about music on my channel sometimes. But the way it is, I just love talking. I just love seeing how things develop and what people in their careers and it's fascinating.
See what I mean? Look. It didn't say enjoyed your thoughts on the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. In by the way, Delboy, I thought that your comments were quite good as well. Does it? It just mentions you again. I'm not here.
So it says, what I've always thought the difference about the Beatles and the Rolling Stones is that the Beatles are musicians and the Stones are rock stars. That's another interesting take. I've heard that one before. An interesting look. Though I would argue that Keith Richards is a pretty good guitarist. He's a very good guitarist, even if he looks dead half the time. I'm sure some people wonder how he actually plays because he looks so out of it. He looks like he died about 10 years ago, but he's still playing, you know. Amazing. Anyone know where I can get the complete Brass DVD collection? It's not at Amazon. It's a network. Oh.
Yeah, do you know what? Do you know what was on today? What was on today? And I'll tell you what, it'll be on in the next 5 minutes. The Freeview channel called Rewind is showing Brass from the beginning.
So
it's actually on every day at 12 o'clock.
I presume then if it's on network, it's a difficult title to get hold of then now.
I don't know. It might not be.
I don't know.
The best person is Jim Jam. He'll tell you.
What I would do, Sandra, is do a search on eBay. Put Brass in DVD and see what it comes up with. And
I'll do it now.
If they're very expensive, then
I'll do it now.
You'll say, yeah, you have a.
I don't give a shit. Here we are, Brass DVD. Hang on.
Brass DVD on eBay. Just have a look.
There we are. It's on eBay for £11.11.
Oh, that's not bad.
But hang on, that's the complete first season. there we go. The complete series, $12.99 from somewhere called Red Brain. Never heard of them.
Still, it's there.
Shopping FM, $12.99.
Yeah.
Complete series 1 to 3 on Kex is £12.
Wow.
Kex.
Yeah. So,
Or sex.
Sandra, have a look on eBay. Just put you get eBay up and type it in like Delboy's doing. I'm sure you'll find a copy. It sounds like they're there.
Yeah.
That's the complete series. Yeah.
That's what it says.
Fantastic. Have a look there. Yeah, have a look. I'm sure you.
I'm just going to put Brass DVD World of Books and see what they're doing. Don't know. Here we are. World of Books, Brass, the complete series. There we go. Currently unavailable. There you are. That's the reason for that.
But there was some that came up on eBay then.
Yeah. There's come up, so, and Kex is the one that come up.
Yeah.
There,
so I think you'll be able to get something. Still, it's well worth looking at. Always do that. Yeah. CX.
CX. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So yeah. Networks. Yeah. I mean, networks are still around, but sometimes you've got people who start charging more for them. You know, the rarer.
And like I say, Jim Jam's done a great series this week where he's actually showing the old gold media, you know, the re-releases.
Yeah, they stuck a tenner, haven't they, on each?
Yeah, although they stick a tenner on them, what I'm trying to say is, if you think it might not be available because you look for network, just remember it could be under gold, that old gold media. And if you go to Jim Jams, it'll show you from an A to Z point of view what's been released. Under them, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So. And Sai says Jim Jam will know, Sandra. Just seen Peter Cushing in The Beast Must Die. Okay, but the werewolf was just a slightly Alsatian German Shepherd. Alsatian. Yeah, I agree. Actually, to be honest, I wasn't overexcited by The Beast Must Die. I don't think it's as good. I do love Peter Cushing and use everything. He elevates the film. The film is very poor, really. Very poor, I think. He's the best part of it. Tonio, is that film where he asks you to be a detective and figure out who the werewolf is? Yes, I think it is. Yeah. The director had this gimmick, didn't he? About in film, he kind of stops it. That's what you're talking about. It's a gimmick he puts in the film. Yes, I guessed wrong. Me too, Tony. One of the things I most remember about it is that the flares that some of the cast are wearing are humongous. Yeah, you can't beat a good wide flared trousers, can you? Brass is available on eBay, Sandra. Complete series is quite expensive. That's so, Tony. So the complete series is pretty expensive.
Yeah, because I kept seeing things that said Series 1, Series 2.
Yeah. Sandra says, thanks, Tony. I have to wait until the 14th Saturday to get my Switch too. It sucks because I pre-ordered and paid £425 almost 4 weeks ago. Oh, it was bad that you haven't got it.
Yeah, the official launch was last Wednesday at midnight, right? So it was Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Right? The 14th is Friday, so it's a week and 1 day after the launch, and she paid the same amount of money as the people that.
Yeah.
Now it's amazing. Last week I told you I wasn't buying a Switch 2.
Yeah.
Right. It was an opportune talk with my neighbor that said that they wanted to buy my old Switch.
Yeah.
Which made the cost of buying the difference between buying the two consoles with a voucher that I already had was like £100, right? But I could get it from Amazon and it arrived on Friday. So it's amazing that somebody who ordered it 4 weeks ago has got to wait a week after. And I ordered mine on the Thursday and it was with me Friday.
Yeah.
I think it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting how it works.
It is.
How
it's
the
not
pre-order
right.
system works, because it seems very much like if you they bought them, they got them in batches,
and
therefore if their pre-allocation units ran out, you had to wait until the next batch came in. But Amazon got a huge bloody chunk, and basically, if you didn't even pre-order it, you got it the next day.
Yeah.
You know how bad's that?
That is bad, very bad. Yeah.
Because you can't even cancel with the people that you ordered it with, because it'd take 3 days to get your money back. You're going to order it, so you might as well just wait.
Yeah.
It's a bad system.
It is.
But I tell you what, I'd rather that happen than she had to go to the scalpers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Scalpers are just the scum of the earth.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah,
it's wrong.
Yeah.
That's why I said, Sandra, keep us in the loop. I hope you get some great fun with it. Just think, you've got something nice to look forward at the weekend. You're going to get it on Friday, and Saturday you're going to be playing it and all that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be great. Absolutely.
I saw a video and I found it quite disturbing. It was in America, and there were trading card boxes, and there were these people who were just putting loads and loads of trading card boxes, and then there were some kids, and kids couldn't get hold of any of the boxes because of these blokes were just then going to go and sell them on eBay at ridiculous prices.
What were they doing? Trading what boxes?
The trading cards that you've show. There were these boxes, just boxes, all put on a shelf. All loads of them, and then somebody was there with a trolley and putting every one they could in their trolley.
Yeah,
not letting anybody else get a look in, and then going to. I think the shop should have intervened and said,
two per customer or something. Two per
it's
customer.
It's not right, is it? It's wrong. Because they were obviously scalping.
We've seen this ourselves, though, Ian, haven't we? Somebody will turn around and say, we found out that Sainsbury's have run out of toilet rolls, and then suddenly everybody goes to Tesco and go, oh, there must be a short supply of toilet rolls. We'll have to go there. And everybody's filling their bloody carts with bloody toilet rolls.
Yeah.
Because somebody's heard something that there's going to be a world nuclear bomb going off or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or, for 3 days, we're not going to get any bread. So everybody goes down there and starts eating wholemeal bread, brown bread, because everybody's took all the white bread.
Yeah. The only way to stop these scalpers, like on various things, is not to buy it. That's the only way. But there are people who, just have to have these things. And that's the scalper knows that. And that's how they get away with it. That's how it is. This is true. Part of the charm of watching films of different eras for me, different fashions, cars, etc. That's what I do. I love it when you see how things were. That is so true, Tony. I love seeing people in different eras. It almost shames me, as they always dress nice and are polite, unlike us in 2025. I totally agree. There is something you see there, and you think, oh dear, look at nowadays, the way people with black hoodies and going around, and just even generally the way people are, it doesn't look good. Whereas in the past, people were dressed really well. Absolutely. And then Alkan Mahmoud says, The Room. Oh, I don't know what that's in relation.
What's that in context with?
I don't know. The Room must be a film. I don't know.
I just wondered, is it something that we were talking about where a film with somebody in or something?
Yeah. Delboy, do you want my game choice yet?
Have a look underneath that. Have a look underneath that.
All right. Okay. Oh, brilliant. Hello, Ma. Hello. Welcome from the Philippines. Brilliant. Thank you so much, as always. Brilliant. You're great.
What a nice little picture that is. That's a bit unusual, isn't
it? I don't know what that is. Anyhow,
like
brilliant. Thank you so much, as always. I'll speak to you later. And then Sai says, the best film with a stupid storyline is Big Trouble in Little China. I watch it at least twice a year. That's great. Absolutely great. I think I like Big Trouble in Little China. I think it's different. It may be a daft storyline, but it's so enjoyable, and that's why I think you win twice a year.
It's one of those things that it's one of those things that when I watched it back in the day, and I do remember seeing it the day it came out, I knew very little about Chinese or Japanese mythology that there could be a shortage of people with green eyes. I didn't know it was a stupid storyline. For all I know, there is a philosophy of women with green eyes and all this sort of stuff. So it's not stupid if you think of it along those lines.
Yeah, I think it's. I really like it. I don't know why.
Okay. Here's a stupid storyline, and it's all to do with computers.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have all these weird guys that all turn up for a tournament to kill each other. Right? One of them can master lightning, called Raiden.
Yeah.
But the guy that you're going to beat up at the end, he's got 4 arms. Oh yeah, that sounds a bloody good story, isn't it? Right? Stuff. Enter the Dragon, where there's a bloke who's going to go in and try and bust a cocaine racket, right? On Hans Island, right?
Yeah.
Here's an island where bloody monsters and bloody people with lightning coming out of their fingers fight for Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
That's a weird storyline. If you want to hear a storyline, Mortal Kombat, Jesus. Right. What's that all about?
Right. Then we've got Tony saying hello, Ma. And then we've got Delboy. Muckman will text you for the game very soon, probably Tuesday, Wednesday, as Mainmeister is next, then you. Right? Looking forward to your game. I really am.
That's why I said look below. You'll see.
Yeah, and then it's thumbs down up there. And then we've got 20th Century Gaming. Hi, lads. What if you have any are your 3 top zombie films? Oh yeah. Do you want to go first or what?
You know what mine? We're all probably going to have Dawn of the Dead.
Mine is Train to Busan, which is one that I recently saw. I think is amazing. Dawn of the Dead. And I like the first one, the black and white one, Night of the Living Dead. So it's Dawn of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's
like I said, we were all going to turn around, aren't we, and say Dawn of the Dead?
Yeah,
that's pretty obvious. I haven't seen that one on that one that you talked about yet. You only mentioned it about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. I was so impressed with it. I'd never seen it, and that was Jamie.
Something with a zombie flavor, but you could turn around as well and say that they were vampires as life force.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant! Another brilliant film, one of my all-time favorite films.
You could turn around and say they're sort of like zombies because basically they look like zombies, but they actually tried to go for you to nick their blood.
Yeah.
So it's more a vampire thing than it is. But they look like zombies to me when I first watched them. You know, you've got all sorts of zombie films. You got Shaun of the Dead. I saw one that's what was it called? Nazi zombies at the center of the earth. I've seen Attack of the Lederhosen Zombies.
Oh
That was
dear.
set in the Alps.
I think everybody's getting
Right.
Nazi zombies. Probably.
I've seen so many zombie films. It's hard to say what's your top three anymore, because to be
Yeah.
quite honest, some have been so bad that they've turned up being in my
Yeah.
top list just because they make me laugh. I pissed myself watching them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it doesn't matter what your top three are. I think you'll find that when it comes to the top three, you're going to have the quintessentials: Dawn of the Dead,
Yeah.
Attack of the, like you said, there's a
Yeah. And we've
you
got
know
the
Day of the Dead.
28 years later coming, haven't we? Soon.
Yeah, we have.
Very soon.
Yeah. I mean, all of these you can't deny, and they're the serious ones.
Yeah.
That's why that's why I find it hard to answer things like that.
Yeah.
It never really when it comes to zombie films, it never changes, even though it's one of the biggest genres of films you'll ever have.
That's true.
You'll never topple the ones that have been at the top in the last 30 years.
So it's a 20th century, Dawn of the Dead, Train to Busan. Oh yeah. Oh, zombie flesh eaters. Yeah. Zombie flesh eaters, of course. One of my favorite film scores is Suspiria. I know. Wow. I don't normally go on film scores, but I've even got that in my collection. Oh, I could anyhow.
I'll try not to talk about film scores because we'll be here for about 4 hours.
Suspiria will be beautiful film, beautiful music. I love the Deep Red soundtrack better than Muckman. Yeah, I love Deep Red as well as a film. Great film. Cy Robson, Dawn was class. Yeah. 20th century gaming. I'm going to a special screening of it in July. Yep, brilliant. You'll enjoy that.
By the way, 20th century is actually lives near Newcastle. So.
Oh right, yeah, that's cool. Is it really? Oh, that's cool. Cy Robson. So it's going to be showing there. I'm one of the few that prefer a remake of Dawn of the Dead. The opening scene is incredible. Oh right, yeah. The opening is special. Jim Muckman say, Goblin. Yeah, love them. Goblin. I know they're the music Suspiria. Fantastic. Last time I watched the original D, I thought it dragged.
Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, D. Dawn of the Dead. Sorry. And The Keep, totally underrated. Soundtrack by Tangerine Dream. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, not my favorite Tangerine Dream album, though.
Yeah. And then Muckman says, Goblin are brilliant, perfect music for Giallo horror. Yeah. I like the soundtrack for Sorcerer by Tangerine Dream. I remember having that on record. I haven't got it on CD.
I bought Sorcerer by Tangerine Dream, not knowing it was from a film.
Oh right, I think I was the same, because I had a period at university when I was really getting into Tangerine Dream, and I just saw that. I remember seeing it. I'd not seen the film. I didn't know anything about it. Then as soon as I got the soundtrack, I did see the film because I saw it in the film club that I was in.
Yeah, there's a lot of Tangerine Dream that did stuff for films.
Yeah,
but I still prefer. The fact. We talk about Jerry Goldsmith, but the famous one is obviously Legend, because Legend was done by Tangerine Dream, and it was also done by Jerry Goldsmith. One was for the European market, one was for the American market.
Yeah.
If you ask anybody who likes the film Legend, which film score do you like the best? The last time that I saw a poll for it, it was 80-20 in favor of Jerry Goldsmith.
Yeah.
Right. It is weird. Sometimes a band will come along and knock it out the park, and then they will actually do something, and it's just totally unsuited, which is why I said to you, you want to watch Lady Hawk.
Yeah.
Because it's got an Alan Parsons project type score, and it doesn't suit it because it's more medieval sword and sorcery. That's not Alan Parsons. If you've ever listened to things like Turn of the Friendly Card and Pyramid and all of that, it doesn't, that type of music doesn't fit a medieval sword and sorcery. But I tell you what, they knock it out the ballpark in regards to the music in that. I mean, it's a fantastic album. I bought it as a dual DVD set from La La Records 3 years ago, and it cost me 20 quid to import it, and it was 60 quid to buy. It was £80 for one album. That's how much I liked it. You bought an £80 Alan Parsons Project album. You must be stupid, is what people would normally say, because who pays that for Alan Parsons Project? Christ, they're normally £1 in a bargain bin somewhere. But it's some of the best music you'll ever. You listen to the Friendly Card or Ammonia Avenue or whatever it is. You listen to those tracks. It's like listening to early Mike Oldfield stuff, where the whole album would be one side an instrumental and the other side would be sort of like songs.
Yeah.
And I remember one Mike Oldfield track, which was it had. I swear he was on drugs. Swear he was on drugs. Right?
Sure it was.
It's got the words, "Hey and away we go, cross the grass, cross the snow, big white beastie, big white face. I'd rather be with you than flying through space." What the hell lyrics that?
Yeah, he probably was having a good.
Drugged up hippie.
It probably sounded good at the time.
What the? That's almost as bad as T-Rex with it. Has you ever seen a woman coming out of New York City with a frog in her hand? I mean, if I did, I'd run away in the opposite direction. And you telling me the lyrics to it makes me want to run in the opposite direction now, Mr. Boland.
Right, let's get through.
Who comes up with these lyrics? He said one day that he was the best poet in the world. Have you ever seen a woman coming out of New York City with a frog in her hand? No?
Right.
Can't say I have. No.
Let's get through. Have you seen the time? We need to get moving.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. Let's have a look. Jamie says the girl with all the gifts is a good take on the zombie genre. Yeah. Did anyone watch Prisoner Cell Block H? It's on 5 Select. God,
yes,
going back years ago, I remember watching it. The original
vinegar tits and all of that. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. The Freak and whatever it is. Have you ever seen?
Wasn't the end track? She used to bring me roses.
That's right. There was this love song kind of thing.
What the hell track has that got to do with prisons?
It's an Aussie. Don't forget, it was an Aussie series.
I suppose.
Have you ever seen A Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse?
I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Haven't seen it. Heard of it.
My favorite zombie films: Train to Busan, Wreck 1 and 2. Oh yeah, the Wreck films. And Dawn of the Dead remake. I've got to ask Ian, how's the cellulitis in the legs? I hope you're feeling better now. I am feeling a lot better. It hasn't quite gone, but it's much more manageable. And I'm still getting my dressings changed. It's not as raw now as it was, and I can cope with the pain. So it's definitely improved, thank God, because it was awful. I feel so much better, definitely. And then 20th Century Gaming, Chicken Run, and then King Kong. Yeah, these were titles. How isn't a spider or worm not an animal? That's, I think, it Delboy.
A spider isn't, because a spider is an arachnid and a worm is a
which I suppose isn't it? Yeah. And no one has said Groundhog Day. Oh, yeah.
That's a brilliant one.
Yeah. Black Panther, about the 70s robbery, kidnapper Donald Nielsen.
I have to turn around. I said I mentioned Black Panther, but mine was the Marvel one.
Yeah, but did you remember that Donald Nielsen?
I remember there was a seven.
I do. I remember that.
I remember the name Donald Nielsen, but I didn't know it was called
Yeah,
Black
it
Panther.
was quite a big story. It had people sort of worried. I remember it actually happening, and people were worried about when he was going to strike next. They had that sort of thing going. And then he said, "It's a joke, Delboy," and then I laughed there, and then laughing there.
No, I'm sorry. I'm hurt. My heart is broken.
I sold my steelbook.
You all hate me. You all hate me.
A few years ago, wasn't keen on it on the rewatch. A great practical effects, though. Yeah, I can understand it's not for everybody. There's a screening of Royal Tenenbaums. Is it
Tenenbaums?
Tenenbaums on Sunday, which happens to be my birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday! My mate is taking me for a birthday treat. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Happy birthday in advance.
Tony, Black Panther was filmed at Dudley Zoo in the 70s film. Oh, right. I concur with Delboy. An Innocent Man is a brilliant prison drama.
Yes.
We love World of Books. We do. Jim Jam. Have you both seen a drama called Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit? No, I've not seen it.
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah.
Based on a play, isn't it? Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit. Isn't it a stage play?
Oh yeah.
Based on a book and a play, isn't it?
Since I watched it, one of the first BFI Blu-rays I got, I must give it a rewatch. And he says Black Panther. I meant. Jim, Tony. The front of the zoo looks the same today. Watched Oranges on TV years ago. Don't remember much all about it. Del, time to watch your favorite sitcom. Oh, we know what that is.
I am not watching that shit.
Question, Delboy: does the Red Dawn Steelbook come with a Blu-ray disc?
Oh, right. Red Dawn. It's not the way that you think. It's a 4K disc with a Blu-ray extras.
Oh.
It's not got a Blu-ray as in the film.
A film. Oh, it's the extras.
It's extras.
Tony, it's something I saw a clip on a Look Back show on Channel 5. So I ended up ordering it. Oh, well, that's good. It's taking you to that. Del can't moan of me anymore about sharing the deals I find.
Yeah, he told me about Warrior Queen, like I said.
Yeah. I'm still here, buddies. Richard Chamberlain network release. That's the is that the Man in the Iron Mask? I think. I've never took myself seriously doing my channel. Oh, we love your channel. Delly Welly and the elephant around the castle. Oh God, yeah, that's it. Classic comedy. Up the elephant. Jim Dawson, comedy legend. He's laughing.
What was that?
Yeah, he's laughing at the Up the Elephant business.
Well, yeah, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
Jim Numbers and TI, mate. Danny says, all right, Danny. Brass is hard to get now. Yeah. Delboy did find something, didn't you? So, World of Books might have it, Sandra. And then put B there. I hope you find a copy, Sandra. Most of the network titles I own were used titles. All right. See there. Okay, off to bed. Pleasure as always. I didn't fall asleep this week. To enjoy the rest of your week, everyone. Thank you, Jamie, as always. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's nice to know that I normally make you fall asleep. Thanks, man. You've really cheered me up with all the nice comments you've made to me this week. There hasn't been one, by the way.
Thought we were doing the alphabet. And then at Tony laughing, Tony night, Jamie. Yeah, bye, when you get laugh out loud. There you've said it again. I don't know how I ever made that B comment, Tony. What's your favorite Peter Sellers film, excluding Pink Panthers? Oh God.
Well, there's the obvious ones, isn't there? About
Well, I'll just say mine.
Doctor Strangelove and all that.
I'm all right, Jack. That's my favorite of it.
I actually mentioned my two a bit later on.
Yeah,
you'll read it out a bit later on.
Mine's all right. I'm all right, Jack. I've talked about that one before. I like that. Because you were dozing like me now, Tony says, good night, Delboy. I'm dozing a bit. Just watched Peter Sellers in The Battle of the Sexes, 1960. James on BFI. Nice little comedy. So titles released by Fremantle are technically network releases of Fremantle as well.
Fremantle is ITV network, you see. So.
Oh, right. Awesome, Tony. Have you got After the Fox, also BFI? Yes, got that before this one, James. Enjoy most of Peter Sellers' work. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really into Peter Sellers' work, DVD. Being there or After the Fox, two great films. Do love seeing how people live their lives.
Being There is an underrated gem. Yeah. It's one of the last films he did.
Back in the day, yeah, I agree. I just love archive stuff, especially when you see 50s and 60s. It's fascinating. Have you seen him in a rare, gritty role as a gangster, James? Never Let Go, 1960. Great little crime film. Nighty night, guys, Asai says. And night all, great fun. And that's the end. I managed to get to the end. Thank you, Tony, as well, for being a moderator. And great. Absolutely loved having Delboy on, as always.
Yeah, shame nobody else appreciated me. You all turned around and said I'm horrible.
And thank you everybody who's watching and watched this and also contributed. Anybody, if you put any comments, they're always appreciated. But even if you don't enjoy just you being here, thank you so much. Danny says, have a good one.
Danny's still here. Thank you, Danny, for coming back.
Yeah, thank you, Danny.
Loads.
Yeah, great, Danny. Thank you so much. And that's it. Yes. So I think we better say our farewell. I'll let Delboy begin.
It's goodbye from me.
And it's good night from him.
Good night. We always got to do that, haven't we? But mine is always salute from Frankie Howard. Salute.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.